Okay, ladies and gentlemen, officially good welcome to the Sorc Day 2. We've been playing the Spark, Flame Wall, Frost Bomb, and Solar Orb Sorc with the Arctic Armor and the Frost Bolts too. And it's been working absolutely incredible. Below 2 hours to go through campaign 1. And now we're on 2 and we're under level. We can't even use our tier 7 gems right now, which is crazy to me. You can only use the tier 6 to upgrade some stuff, and in this case it's a flame wall upgrade, for sure. And now I bought this from a vendor. Look at it. Energy shield, skilled, everything. We will have to now turn this into a rare item. Maximum mana, doesn't hurt. And then we're gonna add another rare modifier. And, oh wow, that one is bad. That one is bad strength. Well, life regenerated is decent, so that is a big one. I mean, +1 to all spells this early, just giving you the incredible DPS boost. Holy moly. I started Witch yesterday, but I'm not sure what build to go with boosted. We have a perfect Witch starter for you if you are interested to check it out. It is truly extraordinary and great. This feels good. Dawn, I just found that one. I mean, we could have added a blue modifier before we go for rare and just add rare ones, but honestly, I have the resources to spare, so it's fine. Okay, wait. Oh, flame wall, then spark spam. I gotta get back on the horse right now to get used to what we're doing. Put down the orb. Okay, it's the Mastodon Badlands. The Mastodon Badlands are mostly weak to frost, which is still confusing to me why, like, freezing opponent, why undead opponents are, like, weak to frost. I always assumed that fire would be the tool of choice to take anyone out, but any kind of ghostly opponent seems to be just struggling from the frost, and they're more than able to survive any kind of fire. And I just assumed fire would be my tool of choice here to destroy them. I mean, it's still helpful to have, don't get me wrong. Yeah, you're not going to kill me today, sir. And look out for those lightning hits to not take you out with a one blib, because that's what they do. Same goes actually for this guy, right? He's so unassuming, and for some reason he can do this from off screen. There's like, sir, this is not cool. You shouldn't be able to do this from off screen. Our goal today is we want to ascend number 1. Then we want to push through Act 2 in record tempo. Again, we took sub 2 hours to go through. That was amazing. But we gotta put on a little bit bonus tempo to go even faster, so let's try that. Mobilytics is down. Mobilytics was up just a second ago. And we're actually gonna have to fight a boss here. It's gonna be interesting to see if we're underleveled for it, because we are moving at like quite some underleveled pace right now, as we are just very far ahead of schedule with the build. But despite being underleveled and not able to, that's the bone pits already, yikes. Love to see your content. Well, love to have you here, partner. I'm quite sad that we couldn't stream that much yesterday. And honestly, yesterday's stream feels 2 days ago, because I spent all day yesterday in an amusement park with the children. It was quite something. Ooh, another support gem. You don't say so. You know how badly I'm waiting for more supports, as, well, we have quite some amazing abilities, but we didn't have the supports yet to use on all of them. So we get the Solar Orb currently with Hourglass and Magnified Effect. Could go for Fire Exposure, but we're not going to do that. We get the Frost Bolt right now with a Scatter Shot. The Frost Bomb could maybe use a increase in damage, because we could go for the Frost Bomb on the, not Magnified Effect, it's the other way around. It is the Concentrated Effect. Kind of makes it like smaller but do more booms. It's quite a nice one in my eyes. Let's increase our spell damage further. Changed our passive pass a bit. We're not going for the energy shield up here anymore. We're going to be picking up the bonus damages. We'll see if that's better than picking up the energy shield. Does the Chaos Trail scale with your level, or is it level locked? Chaos Trail scale with your level. It's level locked. If you're doing a level 36, then the area level will be level 36. Or at level 45, and then the area level will be 45. What determines the level is your Jin Berea you're using to open up the trials. That's what's determining how the level is going to be. I hope that helps you. So the goal would be to find a Berea with the lowest level possible to have an easiest trial possible. Keep in mind, though, that the trial will just never be easy because the honor system is plenty weird and can cause a lot of trouble right now. It's in a bit of an odd spot there. Oh, wow. I did not expect that level of lightning to hit me. So it's a bit of an odd spot currently with the way how the whole trial system works. There is a patch coming, though. There's a patch coming that will not fix the trials, but it at least is going to reduce the damage you're taking based on proximity to the enemies. So if you're like very close to someone, if a mob pushes up to you, then you're taking less honor damage, which is good for melee characters and casters alike, as you're just simply going to get pushed by things. And instead of like straight up getting your ass beaten, it's going to be like a bit of a, oh no, sorry. Oh no. And then you're going to just like take less damage per hit. So I think it is an okay change. The problem is they made it like minimal, so it's only a 35%. And I feel like the 35% they're planning right now might just not be in any way mattering. So we'll see about that. How well the new system works out. I reckon it might not be enough. But what can I say? We'll see when the patch hits. I like that they have it on their radar, so that's the most important part. They are doing something. They have it on their radar. They're planning to do changes, and they're actively monitoring it, as they should. A Chaos Trial doesn't include the... Yeah, you're correct about that. The Chaos Trial is the one with the 10 rooms, which is even more awful. Because some of these malices are insane. I have actually not tried the second Chaos Trial yet. Like the, no, not the second, the third Chaos Trial. This is a level, what was it? Level 75 plus. Yeah. In the Jin 1, the Trial of Sarcophagus as your third, you could technically do it at level 70. But even that one at level 70 will be kind of harsh. Stupid, like, lich like, oh, your elemental resistance aura. I'm just fighting 2 enemies in a row with an elemental resistance aura. And you thought that's like the way. That's how it should be. Let's just fight a dude that is immune to elemental damage. While I am, let me check my notes, doing elemental damage. Would you like to do some more elemental damage? Yeah, I would like to. That's all I do, to be fair. Evasion rating, wow. Bunch of useless items for what we're doing here. I tried yesterday, level 41 monk, went for 36. Oh, the 36 one, so the Chaos Trials, I do at level 50. High recommendation around level 50 is usually the way to do them. So the Trials of Sarcophagus I could do right now. The first one with level 22 easily. I'm currently probably waiting for level 23. So I want to finish this region. Then we might do the Trials. I should be sturdy enough to actually get it done. And we have the freeze and all of it. The Chaos Trials I usually do around level 50. I wouldn't recommend doing them earlier. They are weird, so to say. The biggest problem is the boss, because the boss is somewhat overtuned. It's probably the best way to say, because the boss can one-hit you. There is the bird boss, crazy. Then there's the poison bird boss, 2 bird bosses. And then there's the chimera. The problem is that the bird boss is hard. The chimera is, the other bird boss is hard. The chimera is a fucking joke. In comparison to the two bird bosses, the Chimera is a goddamn joke. So they put in two bosses that are extremely hard to handle, and then they put in one boss that is so simple that he might not even be called a boss. And I'm just asking myself, why, though? Why is that a thing? Why did you do that? Why not just make like 3 strong bosses then? Or make the other 2 weaker, but it feels so weird. What build have you planned for your Sorc? We're one to do a fire Sorc because there's a bunch of lightning Sorcs out there, and I like the idea of fire. I'm saying that as we're obviously using frost, lightning, and fire together, because in the beginning it's easier to use all elements in tandem. It works great. Now that being said, my main focus is supposed to be fire, and I'm planning to use a unique item for an Ember Fusillade spam, and I hope that will actually work out. The good thing is that that unique item is extremely easy to pick up on the trade market, so it shouldn't be impossible to replicate that part of the build, but we'll see. Good. Now, how hard is this opponent going to be? If he's vulnerable to frost, and I got frost spam for both, I should technically be able to just have these two completely under my control. It's also the reason why frost is such a no-brainer to use in the beginning. I'm more surprised how much damage the steed has taken from like me just spamming at the dude here. Yeah, freeze. So now that we're standing here at the corner of the map, I'm gonna spam sparks because the sparks are piercing both dudes. And then they're bouncing back and they pierce both dudes, and they're bouncing back and they pierce both dudes. Is actually like pretty mean. Damn, absolutely destroyed. Let's go. That was a nice little fight. And then you gave me nothing. I hate you. Giving me nothing. Isn't there a shrine? No, I think in this area there was only the bone shrine and we took that one out. Yep. DK, thank you for the 2 gifted. Congratulations on your brand new Chimera pad. Raging Spirits? No, we're not playing Raging Spirits in this one as the Raging Spirit damage scale is not given. Raging Spirit gets scaled over fire damage and some other shebang. We don't have this. +2 to all lightning spells. The problem is it just has such a low scaling on spell damage. It's 36 instead of 52, but the +2 to all lightning spells is quite mean. I think I'm going to keep this one for the time being. For my Sorc, for leveling. We're not going to play it right now. Do we identify all the...
No need to rush.
You go away. That's 3 to 6 physical damage, and cold damage is crazy because it will work for multiple builds I have. The belt is... Yeah, I mean, better than what I have because mine is non-existent. Good. This would be another support. Arctic Armor could use Clarity, but we don't have the spirit for it. We could use Glaciation for more frost buildup. That's an interesting one. Just have our frost bolts actually frost build up harder. The Solar Orb, the Flame Orb, the Spark. You know what? We're going to take Glaciation. Can that actually fit on it? It can. Okay. More freeze buildup. Let's go. But as we're using the Frost Orbs anyways, only for the freeze buildup. You could get the next Ascendancy points only at 50. Yes, Ascendancy points are stupid. So you get the first ones at 25 around. And then later you get them at... Okay, let's do... not the Valley of Titans. Let's do Kath. Yeah, and then we do the Ascendancy. So the first one is around level 25 to 30, or before 25 if you're daring. Then the next one is at 50, and the third, so the 6 points, the third Ascendancy is 70 plus. And that's stupid.
Lost Kath.
How were the magical Winterlands? The children, like my daughter last year didn't like a roller coaster. She was 3, now she's 4. And this year, she wanted to ride it like 4 times in a row. And I don't know if I'm getting old or if something is wrong with my body, but for some reason, I did get nauseous on rides this time around, and I do actually never get nauseous on rides. This had me a bit stunned. I mean, regardless of that, I rode that roller coaster until my arms fall off, because why wouldn't I? Might be an age thingy. My center of gravity felt weird that day, but damn. Okay, why is everything like cold damaging easy? Yeah, it happens with HC. That's what I wanted to ask, because I know my chat is fucking old. So if anyone did actually notice this already themselves, that they with age actually struggle more with roller coaster rides. Because I've never had an issue, like 0 issues, to be fair. And now I was like, this is horrible. I hate life right now. But I will obviously do every ride for my children, no matter what. If they want to ride it 20 times, we're riding it 20 times. I'll bully through. I'll survive that somehow. Yeah, right now I'm okay with it being an age thing. I just gotta see how I work with that. But still, it was weird feeling that way. Okay, right now that bonus freeze buildup on the orbs is incredibly useful together with everything else we're doing. Because it's more or less instant freeze right now. Yeah, this is pretty good. I like it. New lattice sandals? Maybe? Nah, we're probably not going to get better ones. We just shoot 2 orbs through and everything is frozen. Let's find a boss. Next time, take a motion sickness pill. They're motion sickness pills? Life is full of wonders. I hate you even more on my Sorc than I did on my Witch. That must mean something. They, by the way, acknowledge that snakes are stupid, chat, and they're nerfing them. PoE accepted that all snakes are stupid, and they need to nerf them, because the underground burrow attack that the snakes are doing is quite shitty telegraphed, and you have a hard time avoiding it in the Trials of Sekhmesh. So they're like, yeah, like, we'll nerf that. Thank you very much. We hate snakes anyways. Not racism, chat, it's speciesism. I don't know if that's worse. We don't like him. There's a pill for everything, most likely, for the ones that can afford it, as always. Checkpoint. But checkpoint to this was just for loot. If I'm no there, that was the looted vault. Yeah. There's one unlooted vault and there's one looted vault for the people that just want to find an area and then be stumped about it. How goes the Sorc? I'm still enjoying the Detonate Witch. The Sorc is going incredibly well. I do like the variety that the Sorc has to offer, because I felt I'm going to probably play a certain element Sorc, but it turned out instead of playing a certain element Sorc, I am playing all the element Sorc. That's kind of like cool, because I was heavily preparing to like only play one element and then just make the best out of that. But now we're here and we're playing all the elements. And we're planning to... be a super meanie to all the bosses. So far, we haven't really struggled with anything in the whole playthrough. And that has me surprised, because you know how it is. There's always something you struggle with. No matter how well a build was working out. There will be some inherent struggles coming at some point. But I gotta say the Witch so far, the Sorc so far. I mean, apart from the melee damage that things deal to you. Oh, I have no heals. Ow. Apart from the melee damage that's being done to you, the build just does feel incredibly potent in every way. So that's kind of cool to see. When we get a look out with our potion, I guess. Wait, let's take more spell damage. So I'm interested to kind of see like how all the challenges play out, because that's the main intriguing part when you're playing something new. How do all the challenges play out? Right? Not just one boss. Like, is the Act 2 end boss harder? Is the Act 3 boss harder? Right? How is that one going to play? And that I find like really interesting when you're playing. That you kind of like figure out how difficult is each step in your journey. And then how OP can you make things? Or we're standing so close to this thingy? Well, it allows me to spam easier my skills and pierce harder. Here, we might have to actually avoid some of her attacks. I was like completely playing as if we don't have to avoid her attacks. Turns out we do have to. Turns out we might have to like pretend that she does actually do some damage and can't just stand in the way. It wasn't Keth the first son of Keth? Too? Pretty sure. Book of Specialization. This one's going to be great. Minor spell cast time removal, but major increase in damage. And now we're getting way more energy shield. I want to try cast on Ignite with Firestorm and Ball. Didn't they nerf all the cast on thingies? I heard the cast on thingies still work on bosses relatively well, but apart from bosses, you're just going to not have your cast on loop work, which feels a bit sad because you obviously want to use it all the time and not just when you're fighting against a boss. So I'm not sure how you're looking there. What you're trying to do. Yes, slow resistance, heal allies, and surpasses foe recovery. Okay, well, good luck trying to heal through that. I am getting more evasion rating things and I don't like it. Fourth run on Merchant gave me immune to damage until next room is clear, right before the Scorpion. Wow, that's amazing. I wasn't even aware the Merchant had something like that. It heavily depends on the spell you want to trigger, yeah. When it's funny though, like, because they have nerfed now the comment multiple times, clearly indicating that they don't want you to use the comment in ways people have been using the comment, right? They've been really cracking down on it, and people are desperately trying to find like new ways to make the comment work. And you're like, sir, after they have been nerfing it now X times, might it not be time to accept that maybe you're gonna find a different way to play it? Level 14 Sork here, loving the build and class. Feels like I'm playing along with you, but I'm not quite Act 2 yet. Well, I was level 16 beating Act 1. You're very close to it.
Buried beneath shifting sands.
Second spirit gem we can get here, even though we don't need it. Is this character effect from one of the supporter packs? No, it's the Arctic armor. What you see here is what you get called the Arctic armor. Oh, we have him already. Get a hard time usually finding this treasure beetle. There we go. Oh, we get him early. Okay, stupid beetles. There is a farm strategy here, by the way. You find this teleporter, and then you just farm this guy down. It's not super good, but you can like respawn him. Wait, I wanted to say, is he actually spawning something? So now you would go for escape and respawn at checkpoint, and he's actually going to respawn. So here you can do this. Confirm. And usually elite enemies don't respawn, but since I destroyed his corpse, he actually respawns. This is something that is probably going to get fixed. I wouldn't call it a bug. It's just like a literal, like if you're able to remove his corpse, then he is able to respawn like this. And that's just what it is. Okay. Oh, we are just trying to roll out of a bunch of enemies. Good. But the game is like, you shall not roll out of a bunch of enemies. So if you wanted to, in the beginning, you could use this. Like, as long as you have a way to destroy the corpse, like you could use volatile dead as well to just explode the corpse, for example. Or just freeze destroy it, that it doesn't leave a corpse. Yeah, it's also like some nice little life farm, but you notice it's not bad, but it's also not crazy. A nice little farm if you wish to do it. I have a one, for example, with volatile death, so I could just explode his corpse right now if I wanted to, and then keep doing that thingy to maybe farm myself some upgrades, farm myself some items. I guess it ain't bad. Like, it's like if you need it, sure. I always feel like any kind of farm during the campaign playthrough just means you suck. I said it. I'm not taking it back. Oh, you're not gonna make me take it back. Good, 15 more energy shield. And now I'm asking myself, should I take 40% more energy shield or 18% more in mana regeneration? And I tend to like check out on the mana regeneration, but it is actually good right now. I think I'm fine. There is a stupid beetle coming, trying to kill me. Can't be having that, my friend, can we? Giant life flask. Do I have a giant one? No, I have a normal sized one. Probably cannot wield it level wise. It's usually the thing. Pony finds something new and cool. It's like, cannot wield it. Improves the quality of a gem. Should probably improve the quality of the sparks right away. The patch notes look amazing. The patch notes are very promising, if I'm honest with you. In case you missed the patch notes, guys, YouTube video.
No need to rush.
I do believe they're trying to make up for a lot of the things that are going wrong in the game right now. That should be nice. Evasion rating, evasion rating. Still worse than what I have.
All right.
Why are we keeping all these resources? Has a lot to do with me. Wow, 10% elemental damage. That's nice. It's a lot to do with me just trying to play the witch with the tools that she gets and not with the tools my other characters have. Seems a bit weird, but it is what it is. Okay, bonus fire damage pulls this, but we should probably go for the frost bomb. The damage gain is just significant on the frost bomb right now. It's too good to ignore. Are jewels really rare? They are, Johnny. Don't forget that you can craft your blue jewels up. So this was something I sadly forgot because I'm stupid. Your blue jewels are also just magic items that can be crafted up. So if you find an interesting jewel, what you can do is you can take your exalted orbs and your oh my goodness, I did not expect the levels of pettiness from these guys. Your jewels and all that kind of stuff, and then you can just craft them upwards. You're by no means forced to accept that it's only a blue jewel. Oh, gem cutter prism. That's nice. We should probably improve the quality of a gem, but what does the higher gem quality do on the respective gems? I mean, we want the Ember Fusillade in this. We want the Solar Orb as well. But you should always check, what does it actually do? Like, is it worth it to higher the gem quality? Because it's not always good. Like, sometimes it's just a bit less spirit reservation, for example, on a minion. That doesn't even make sense to, like, improve the quality because the gains are absolutely minimal. You go on G, and then you can alt the skill, right? And this one would fire more projectiles straight away. Flame Wall would do more magnitude of thingy. That is increased cold exposure. That's good. More projectile damage after piercing. Nah. Ember Fusillade is more damage for each previous Ember fired in sequence. That's kind of nice. The Solar Orb pulses every 0.3 seconds. Good. But the Spark now upgraded. I think that's good. Because I am going to fire another projectile. That's amazing. You can control left click the hooded one. I know that you can control left click the hooded one. And I know it might be more efficient to do that. But call me weird. Definitely call me weird. I don't mind the bonus clicks sometimes. Like, I know people are looking for shortcuts and everything, but I don't mind the bonus clicks. They're just part of the loop of clicking. The same when we're playing the Bazaar and people keep telling me that I can just click items instead of dragging them. But there's something nice about dragging stuff. Gives me joy. So thank you for telling me. It's mostly me being extra. If you really want to know, it's just me being extra. I know there's a location here called the Golden Tomb. I don't know if it's in the Lost City or the next part. Lost City had the Golden Tomb was in the Lost City. Why am I looking for the Golden Tomb? Because the Golden Tomb has... Oh my goodness, they're staggering me. I hate it. The Golden Tomb has... a spirit gem usually. That's my second Jin Berea, guys. So which one am I going to take? This one or that one? Obviously the level 22 one. It's the quest one, but it's also going to make it easier for me. Why make it harder if it could be easier? And right now we could ascend straight away, but I wasn't feeling like ascending straight away. I wanted to push out like a few more levels, but honestly I'm level 24 right now. I should probably ascend. Golden Tomb could be in the middle here. Put that down. There's the Golden Tomb, told you. But here, take the Uncut Spirit Gem, start spamming your frost thingies, put the Solar Orb down, Firewall, and then boom, 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 destroy them all. That Solar Orb is nasty. An Uncut Spirit Gem doesn't really do much for us because we don't have another spirit ability that we want to use currently. But we can upgrade our Arctic Armor to more Arctic Armor, so it doesn't hurt. We're not using Raging Spirits, even though the Raging Spirits seem deceiving to use, because why not? You're using a fire skill, you could just do Raging Spirits. But not wanting right now. I'll maybe test them out later to scale their damage further. But a lot of the Raging Spirit damage scale is coming from minion damage. And if you don't have minion damage, which we don't have, kind of like, why even bother? Okay, usually where the Golden Tomb is, there's not the next area. So the area so far has always been in the bottom right. That's why we need to completely leave where we are right now. But the only problem about looking for the Golden Tomb is exactly that. That you're missing the way to the next area. Like in many situations, it's exact the polar opposite then. Boop. You're dead. What level did you do the second Ascendancy on Ranger? The second Ascendancy on Ranger we did on 50, but we could have done it on 46 probably. The Ranger was very powerful in the end there, and the build was pretty good. Like, we got the Chimera as a boss though with the Ranger, which means we get off easy. Again, Chimera easy mode, the Bird's hard mode. So keep that in mind. I know you're not taking the lightning weakness, but we don't care. Since my lightning pierces and bounces off things, it's really worth it. Artificial's Orb was what again? Ah, that was sockets, yeah. Artificial's was sockets. Dead end, ladies and gentlemen. Freaking dead end. I need to go all the way down there. So I'm probably better off teleporting out and teleporting to the waypoint. If I am fair and square with you, we are better off leaving this area and going to the waypoint. Running the Black Doubt's Hexer's Robe. Have you seen the chest piece increase energy shield and damage over time? Yes, you're talking about this one. Prayer for Rain. Increased energy shield, intelligence, or slower rate of energy shield recharge, but energy recharge is not interrupted by damage if recharge began recently, and recently is in the last 4 seconds. That one is really good. I might even wield it as I have it, but it also would kind of skew my level process because it would be kind of cheating, right? I've done second Ascendancy on level 39, but only when I got the Chimera. Exactly, Helg. This is right now stupid. You have 2 Ascendancies. And as you say, if you get the Chimera, you can beat the Ascendancy easy. But if you don't get the Chimera, you can't beat it easy. Make it make sense. Why would that be a thing? Why do I have to hope for one boss? That is a stupid level of RNG that I just don't accept personally. That makes me foaming out of my nostrils. What's the Chimera? The Chimera is a boss. That is a Chimera. Yeah. How do you get so much honored trials of Sekimesh? It is your life and your energy shield. So if you have like 1,500 life and 2,000 energy shield, then you have 4,000 honor. And you have honor multipliers as well. So there is, let's pick up the support gem, even though if we die for picking up the support gem. Like, there is relics that then multiply your honor upwards further. So that's how it works. I'm gonna get the relics and all that stuff together. Okay, what did we get there, Chad? Another support gem. And again, we don't need supports at this point anymore, which is quite the unusual point of the game to reach, because normally you want support gems, but right now we have supports on everything, apart from the frost bomb, so we could get a second support there. Might play second wind. There is a support that allows us to double cast the frost bomb. It will reduce the cooldown, which is a bit of a bummer, but you could put down 2 at the same time. I'm not sure if I want to do that. Okay, I was expecting to go into the next area, but this currently has me a bit peeved here. Was the connector, after all the way at the top, then I'm going to be an unhappy little potato warrior? Because usually, again, the connector is all the way down here. But it seems like my usually is usually not the usual. Silk robe for more energy shield. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, seems like Ponyhoff has to backtrack everywhere where he has to be. I mean, it could be down there, but unlikely, so it might be up in that corner and I actually missed it. Let's see. We're going to upgrade this robe. That is nothing. Well, that's less than nothing. All the unique armors and weapons, are they usable in the end game? Depends on the armors and weapons. A lot of the armors and weapons are early game. For example, there is a hammer you can find. You can straight away use with level 1. But that one is obviously not good for the end game, because if you can use it with level 1, it just won't live up to the end game damage-wise. Wow, that is a dead end too. Great. So it won't live up to the end game damage-wise. Then there is one for my sword, for my witch, for example, that I can use from level 52 on. And that one is good all the way into the end game, because the multiplier on it is actually quite insane. So it really depends on the item to item case, if or if not useful. You gotta also consider what you're playing. If you're playing like a mage or a warrior or whatever, if the weapon damage, for example, matters to you, because if the weapon damage matters for you, taking a low level unique with a low weapon damage over a high end unique with high weapon damage or a high end item, yeah.
Such shrines were not meant for more.
Good. Left or right? Now we're gonna go right. More energy shield.
I am honored.
Right now we can increase our energy shield by another 40%. Touch the sarcophagus, Chad. We all learned that from the movie The Mummy. If you see a sarcophagus, you gotta touch it. Because what's the worst thing that could happen apart from a world-ending calamity? Correct? And since that's the worst thing that could happen, you are most certainly going to touch it and trying to find out what's inside. And if you find by chance a book that is sealed, you'll pop it open and start reading the first lines. Because why not? It seems like the most reasonable thing to do. Sarcophagus is a stupid pronunciation, so don't you challenge me on that one. That one makes no sense why it is pronounced that way. Let me go with my random non-native pronunciation, and you deal with it, because you don't find me on that one. And if English would make sense, we could all be friends, but English does not make sense in many cases, so that's just that. I am sad that Herald of Frost needs an actual weapon with hits. Well, technically, you could take a weapon with you and use that one for actual hits. Now, I'm not saying you should do this, but you could use one skill from a different ability, and if you then freeze someone and shatter him, and the Herald of Frost would work. But it seems like so many extra steps to not really make it like a worth of rotation to think about. It seems like, how do I make my own life harder and not better? High dex requirement for updates. Sometimes things are good at a low level. For example, my archer uses a curse at only level, what was it? 7. And it will never upgrade the curse further, because then it takes too much intelligence and the curse doesn't get that much stronger with further levels. So curses are surprisingly good at a low level. It can be used by anyone. Oh, it's this. Oh, I remember. You all just wake up now and we have like an all-out brawl, huh? I want to go back and do it again. Can I do it again, Jack? Can I touch it again? Because I want the XP. Should have prepared better. I think we could have survived this if I went for my solar up first and just tried to, you know, set up the trap correctly. Sadly, I was not prepared completely for everything. I mean, luckily we picked up the loot, so I won't complain. I got my money's worth out of the situation. Would be a nasty way to lose a hardcore character, though. That being said, if you would activate this as a hardcore character, I guess you deserve to die. How can I say this? If you activate this as a hardcore character, death is deserved. Okay, support gem for the frost bomb, because frost bomb is missing something. I don't like fast forward. We could use second wind. That would allow it to be double used. If I use fast forward, it bombs faster, correct? Yeah. I can see that. That's nice. So my explosion just goes off faster. Seems reasonable. Or damage. Does the pet from the gifted sub do anything? No, it just looks good. I mean, I know people are gifting subs like they're getting the holy grail and that pet is going to cook them coffee and pleasure their needs. But it pretty much just flies around. Good, ladies and gentlemen. Let's kill the first son. But you can actually damage him. I wasn't sure if you could. I just assumed you could. Well, it seems like you can actually. Are we sticking close to him? Well, we want him to be in our solar orb, so we are just sticking in his butthole. Main damage right now is really the frost explosion. I'm happy I leveled that up to 7. Just getting bullied at this point. Why are we still using the shock if he's frost vulnerable? Because the shock just does do amazing damage. Why wouldn't you use it? Wow. He never had a chance to begin with. Absolutely never had a single chance to fight us here. Poor little Jimothy Jebediah Jones. My inventory is getting somewhat full though. We get a starred. We get a start throwing some items out. 39, nah, not good enough. Helmet, 44, better.
I would not understand this. I must keep this to myself for now.
Essence of what?
The last drop of Ket's glory.
And out of here. Now let's do the Ascension trials. We are level 25, so a bit later than I usually do. Let's get it done. Anything you can buy with IRL money does not affect the gameplay, as it should be. Obviously, the stashes are helping tremendously. There's no way of denying that the stashes are helping, but they're by no means absolutely mandatory. Okay, look at this, chat. 2 support gems, 2, 2, 2, and 2. Everything has support gems, but the Arctic armor. The Arctic armor could, though, get... Can you create chilled ground with that one? Does that work? Arctic armor says deals cold damage per stage. It will remove a stage. Can we do frost nexus? That supported skills create chilled ground for 4 seconds when they freeze an enemy. That would be funny. Just get that done to freeze enemies for no reason. But if it freezes, if someone hits me and he gets frozen, it creates a frozen ground, so GG. Get frozen, nerd. I could put on a random shield right now. That would probably be better than the energy thingy I have, correct? Not that I need it. Not that I would rather prefer a focus. But if there's no focuses available, just buy yourself a random shield and put it on. Okay, I gotta uncheck my currency finally. I'm sorry, my inventory was getting full. Don't need the level 1 support gems anymore, finally. Good, now let's go to the trials. Haven't been there in a hot minute. And we only need to go to the Valley of Titans, chat, and then we are done already with Act 2. Well, almost. How can you upgrade skill gems with more gems than 2? That is simple. You need a gem cutter's prism. Jeweler's orbs. Sorry, I lied to you. Lesser jeweler's orbs. These lesser jeweler orbs, they drop, but at the same time, you can get them from the currency exchange. Very simple. Alternative, you could probably buy them on the trade.
Challenge. I am right where I deserve to be.
Website, but I'm loath to recommend trade, and I'm actually a bit mad at the PoE community because there are some people that treat trade like this magical solution to everything. It's like, oh, you want to have new items? Now don't try to craft anything. Save your exalted orbs and just trade. But that's not a solution. I'm sorry. Just trading is not how to make someone enjoy the game. And suggesting someone to just trade is kind of stupid. I'm sorry. Many people don't wish to still engage with the trade, go on a website, like all that kind of stuff, right? By the way, YouTube, if you're enjoying the stream, don't forget to like. Appreciate it. Helps a lot. Time trials. Let's see how easy this one is going. My ranger had a very nice time through this. I have already 800 honor for the first one, which is kind of nice. Well, we're probably just going to pamper the whole room with sparks and then be good about it. We could probably also just use frost. I get hit by something and I don't even know by what. They seem to have fixed the lags though in this room because for some reason this room has insane lags. In case you never knew this, it is horrible. Pick up the sacred water. I would trade if I didn't have to leave the game and organize a meeting. Exactly my point. The steps for trading in this game are as bad as it is with Diablo. No matter what people want to pretend, they still want to say that trading is that magical solution to all your problems. And I get that that's like a sentiment from PoE 1 because people are just used to the trading there, especially for old school PoE 1 players. But a lot of Diablo players, me included, and everything, ARPG players in general, we don't want to hang out on a third-party website, or first-party website in this case, to do some trading. If trading is not able to naturally handle in-game, then we can't be asked, and that's okay. It's okay to be that way. I hope you're not the boss. But even if you're not the boss, I still will have to make sure to kill you. He has an energy shield and accurate, but that's about it. Yeah, we got him controlled. I guess my only problem here is I'm robbing myself vision. A lot of vision. Another level 1 support gem that we don't need. Auction houses would be great. Anything. Anything but listing an item in a stash tab, then having to go on a website, contacting someone, hoping that he whispers you back or sees your message in the time that you're gaming, to then set up a meeting in-game. Right? I'm sorry how anyone thinks that that is something you would want to engage with. I cannot fathom the world where it's like, this is the way how I want to do my trading. The thing is, if you're someone that plays a lot, if you're someone that spends a lot of time online, if that is what you're literally doing with your time, this is completely acceptable. Because hell, that, like, right? You're anyways permanently online, so what bothers? What gives, correct? Well, for someone who does want to spend their time, you know, not like looking out for their respective trade working out, it is somewhat not on the parameter of acceptable. What's the second support gem besides Scattershot on Frostbolt? We did Glaciation for more freeze buildup, since that just works out. Greatly restores honor and burdens you with an affliction. Well, that's bad. I don't like afflictions. Oh, that one should probably be my favorite one as a caster. Again, you're not caring for that elite. If you ever wonder, nah, the elite is a lie. Like, just let him live. Who cares? Kill the casters, move on. Wait, I don't have to interact with this, correct? Yeah, I don't. Escape Trial and Hourglass Trial both suck, but I'd rather go for the Hourglass Trial than the Escape Trial. I just personally hate them. 25% less honor is okay for someone that has 700. You guys don't like the implied social aspect of the current trading? Yeah, I want to make trading as unsocial as possible. Like, forcing me to be social is not the way to go. And I don't know what's so hard about to understand from game makers. Diablo is kind of the same way, right? Diablo made their latest expansion and they added the Dark Citadel. And they were like, so if you want to beat the Dark Citadel, you have to at least play with one other person. Sir, I'm not playing video games to meet other people. I mean, if I want to, yeah, I'll do it, but you are not going to be forcing me to be friends with someone only to play your game. I am sorry. This is not acceptable and happening. No, let's not interact. No, actually, let's get the Sacred Water. And then go to the merchant. Yes. Please. That's why we have the I love the currency exchange. The currency exchange was so cool. I just went into the currency exchange. I said, I want lesser jeweler's orbs. And here you go. There is, like, I got 5 lesser jeweler's orbs for, like, 1 exalted. And 1 exalted is so fast to get. And guess what? When I told people about the currency exchange in a YouTube video, there were commenters telling me to be a con artist for recommending that. I was like, sir, it's a game mechanic that's making your life easier. How am I the problem? They're like, nah, you should do trading instead of currency exchange. I was like, how am I the con artist here when I tell people that, like, there's a game mechanic that allows you to get currency easy? Oh, okay. I mean, like, I'm sorry, I guess, you know? Please take my humble apologies for existing and recommending people to engage with in-game mechanics. I must atone for my sins somehow. I said 8 to maximum life and stun threshold. Yeah, we're gonna take that one. The audacity, right? Sharon, thank you for your subscription and support. Sharon, good to see you there. How are you doing? It's better to have a trading system. Yes, yes. It is absolutely better to have a trading system. We're not saying that trading shouldn't exist, but it is truly not the answer. You cannot be damaged until you complete your next room. I guess I should just buy that for the YOLOs. No, restore honor and entering the boss room. I like that one. We take that one. What I dislike is the fact that trading is better than crafting. Like, you don't have to learn crafting because of trading. That seems so ignorant. You know what I mean? That's just the only thing that bothers me. I saw a great crafting video on YouTube, for example. It was amazing. And 50% of the comments was, don't listen to anything in this video, just trade. Why are you here? Why did you watch that video? It wasn't even my video, right? I got offended on behalf of the creator. Baines, thank you for the 35 centuries of support, Baines. So good to see you there, partner. Hope you're doing well. Trials as a Sorc is a cakewalk right now. I'll say it. I mean, sure, I'm still gonna look out that I don't get killed, right? But I get all the tools, especially the freezing makes this so easy. Because with the freezing, I'm just like, bibbity wobbity wobbity. You get wibbity wobbity bibbity bobbity.
The foe ahead is formidable. Steel yourself.
Furious Stone Lord, I challenge.
Okay, let's freeze him. Let's bully him. We want him to be stuck to this wall, because if he sticks to the wall, I can use my sparks better. They'll pierce him, bounce off the wall, and come back. That's always the whole trick with the sparks. Just use them as close as possible to obstacles. You can then use the obstacles to hurt your opponent more. Oh, ow, ow. I get hit in the noggin. I think we gotta pull him, like, out of this area. Easy live, ladies and gentlemen. I was level 26. Could have done it earlier, but I guess I wanted to be safer. So there we go. Good Ascendancy. And we're going to go for Stormweaver. I'm not going to go Chronomancer. We do Stormweaver. So we ascend. Ooh. Talk to Babala. Transform honor into Sekravata. Oh, wait, sorry. The other way around. We should have done that. And bought something. Silver boot, silver ranger, silver royal. Royal and boot. So we get something worthwhile out of it. Good. Now we can take one more point into energy shield. Wibbity wobbity. That's amazing. And what are you going to do first? I have not looked at Stormweaver at all. Elemental damage taken recouped as energy shield. Wow, that sounds amazing, generally speaking. Then you got exposure you inflict lowers the affected resistance by an additional 20%. That sounds really mean as well. You have Arcane Surge, and that permanently. Arcane Surge grants more cast speed and more mana regeneration. As good as that sounds, I am usually good with my Arcane Surge that I get from Sparks, but having it permanently is quite nice. Blazer, thank you for the 5 gifted sub. Ray, thank you for the 2 gifted sub. Thanks for the 7 subs in total. Blazer, thank you for the 180 titties as well. Baines with the 35. Sharon with the new sub. Dankeschön. That's very kind of you, gentlemen. So what do we think? Do we want to expose them to more resistances? Do we want to get Targets affected by 2 of your chills at the same time. Targets that can be affected by 2 of your shocks at the same time. Huh. I guess right now the best would be to have Arcane Surge at any given time, most likely. Since having Arcane Surge at any given time is just more mana regen and cast speed, and more cast speed is more damage, and more damage is more damage. Done. We got another Silk Robe. We got no sandals that are not better. That are worse in every way. We get another shield. That has more energy shield. Let's go. Shield gamers, gang gang.
Who goes there? Take your time as you wish.
I forget to put my relics into my relic coffer. I do enjoy more damage. There we go. I do believe the energy shield would probably have been the safer route to just say, hey, I got energy shield. Done. You don't have to worry. Okay, back to the frame. And now we gotta just do the Valley of Titans and then we're done. You did not look at the second from the right option. Grants Elemental Storm. Trigger Elemental Storm on critical hit with spells. I mean, it seems cool. I could probably use this for my fire build too in the long run. Maybe on the second Ascendancy. I don't think it's good to take early on. You just sold blue movement speed boots. I would have kept those. I'm not too worried about the bonus movement speed, Marcus. You're not wrong that blue movement speed is probably the choice to go for, but I'm not that stressed, if that makes sense. I survive with less movement speed. That being said, they helped me during one trial. Really good. Okay, Valley of Titans is probably one of my most hated areas because of these guys. The face huggers, John. Probably going to be fine with our damage here. Yeah, having Frost in your repertoire is just meanie. Let's try to find the Shrine early on, because Shrine early on would straight away boost my character. Only just decided to find the Shrine early on to, let me check my notes, not find the Shrine early on. That's a weird mutation of this area for sure.
Do my eyes deceive me?
That frozen ground from the Arctic Shield is working wonders right now. We opted in for a support gem that would create a frozen ground when supported skill freezes. And right now we're using this on our Arctic Armor. So whenever someone hits me, the Arctic Armor triggers. And then the Arctic Armor would inflict a freeze. That would then also create a frozen ground. It does seem to work out plenty well. Given point. Has PO2 become syrup game like Diablo 4? What do you mean syrup game? That's such a weird thing to say. If you want to try to say something, use words everyone can understand. Can you take runes out of weapons? No, once runes are in, they're stuck, and I feel like that's a mistake. It just feels like a choice limiting thing, not enhancing thing. Now, obviously, they want your choices to matter, but again, making a mistake does not feel like my choices matter. It just feels like making a mistake and being annoying. Do you think Arc worked good on this build, or do you think Solar Orb is more? Well, the Solar Orb you just put down and that's it, so I don't worry about it, right? It just inflicts ignites, it damages everything, and we're using... what is it called again? We're using Hourglass with it. That makes it have a 10-second cooldown, but also increases the damage vastly. So with the Solar Orb now, I have a nice pulsing fire ignite source, and it's something that will work down the long run because I am trying to get to a certain point in my build. I am trying to get to this passive node. It is called, here. Increases elemental damage if you ignited an enemy recently. Increases elemental damage if you shocked an enemy recently. And increases elemental damage if you chilled an enemy recently. And that's what we're a little bit doing right now. We ignite people with the Solar Orb. Then we freeze people with our Frost Bomb. And we shock people with our Arc. So I could just be getting another 90% elemental damage. Super simple by just existing and doing what I do anyways. So it feels like that this trifecta of like just doing damage to our enemies should lead to me just getting a nice boost for free. King Mogwai, thank you for your support. Mogwai, good to see you there, brother man. Thank you very much for your subscriptions. Happy to have your new Chimera Pad. You have 40% increased lightning damage on your focus. Well, don't worry, your focus will change faster than you can say blah, 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 blah. So I wouldn't give too much about having like increased elemental damage in that regard on an item there, or settle early. I mean, I have increased fire damage on my wand as well, but I have increased spell damage on my wand too. So my wand is a little bit of both, right? Fire and spell. Don't settle, is what I'm saying. Now, if you want to try out the Lightning Orb and see how it works, just use it. You will definitely get some skill gems to experiment with things. I just found the Solar Orb to work better. It is a nice tool to put down that I just enjoy putting in the center of attention and then just have it pulled away. And it does do decent damage. It's also down to, though, I want to be a Fire Sorc in the long run. Okay. So that's my plan. To do some Fire Sorky stuff. And for that, I need Fire Skills. So I'm already test trialing all the Fire Skills. See how they'll do for us. Okay, we need to find the Fist of Titans, and we need to find the Waypoint, which we haven't yet, even though I have been everywhere. I'm actually growing increasingly confused where that could be at this given point. So right now we're turning in a circle and we get like the fire orb in the middle, just doing fire orb thingies. Ah, don't you hit me, stupid giants. You're like the only thing that can kill me here. Okay, we have been everywhere, man. Like at every nook and cranny and corner of this god-bedarned map, we have been. So unless they have hidden that thing, like that's the, like, let me activate the teleporter quickly. Yeah, that's a good point. I just don't get spirit gems. It feels like I have the lowest drop rate of an item. You get 1 spirit gem in Act 1, 1 spirit gem in Act 2 at the Golden Tomb, and they can technically always drop, but as you say, the drop rate is atrociously low. So yes, you do get them. No, you don't get them a lot. I wonder where, like, there's the jewel slots, so we'll have to move up to those at some point. Why do you see the terrain when you press tab? Why don't you turn it off and keep it only map overlay? What do you mean? What? I like the way it looks. I guess. I mean, I mostly don't have that map overlay on anyways. Increase recovery from flasks. Yeah, I'll do that. It's better. You can turn the transparency of the outline. I heard, but I like how it looks. But I'm not using this overlay anyways often. I don't understand. Like, when I see a streamer playing maps and he has this one on the whole time while he's playing maps, I turn off the stream. Because it, like, I don't know. It looks plenty atrocious. I want to see your game, sir. Monk or Sorc for new PoE player. I think Monk is fine. But with Monk, you have to, like, read more, I guess. That being said, Sorc had a super easy time for me right now. So I gotta say, Sorc was the fastest for me through Act 2. Sorc was the fastest so far through Act 1. It's brilliant. Keep in mind, though, that Sorc is probably the character you will die the most with if you are not understanding the game. You gotta truly look at your energy shield, understand that energy shield takes like 7 seconds before the energy shield recovery starts. And that will often save your booty hole once you kind of like understand how energy shield works. For me, I was lucky to pick up a lot of energy shield items early and they made me super tanky. Yeah, the problem with Monk is that a lot of the Monk itself starter skills are bad. And you might use skills from another class. For example, with the Sorc, I picked up a scepter for witches. I mean, what means for witches? But I picked up a scepter instead of a wand. And with the scepter, I got 2 skeletal compatriots early on. And these skeletal compatriots allowed me to have an easier start. Because they will function as your beginning tanks until you pick up your first energy shield items. And then you're good to go with energy shield. That was a really funny way to consider playing on my side. And it worked out like a charm. End of the day, all comes down to how you play. Also, playing a monk doesn't mean you're playing a monk, right? You could play a monk and straight up summon minions. You could play a monk, equip a crossbow, and start shooting bow shots out. You don't have to play a monk and run around with a quarterstaff. No one says that that's what you have to do. You could pull out a bunch of curses and just be a cursor. Another level. Okay, we got the energy shield increase. Now we gotta move to our cool damages. Yeah. We could go on 2. Exactly. I mean, this is Path of Exile. There is no predetermined path. Sure, the witch has an easier time going for minions because the minion nodes are just there, right? The Sorc has an easier time going spells because the spell nodes are just there. But no one says that you can't, like, do the other stuff, especially in Act 1. Because in Act 1, the bonus damage is, I wouldn't say neglectable, but it's not as much mattering as it's later on. A 10% on 10 damage is 1 more damage. Now, 1 more damage on 10 damage is, though, a 10th of the damage more, but to have or not to have. Math, I know. Welcome. Can someone explain to me why my headpiece got 8 modifiers? It's not corrupted. Is it a bug, or how can I set it up for the next one? I mean, is it an expert headpiece? Not sure how much the how the limit was. Don't expert items have more slots? The KS.witch, I would wait for tomorrow. Dots are being buffed. Not tomorrow. I would wait for the patch before I do a dot witch. And technically, for the witch, you want to go then for blood mage. Technically, keep in mind that the blood mage ascendancy feels really bad right now, and not at all worth it. Oh no, I did not expect that to take me out, like at all. So that's pretty bad. That being said, I could have prepared for this scenario better by putting out my solar orb and everything. I didn't, so that's on me, Chad. Didn't prepare as good as I could. By putting all the damage on the table, I felt invincible. I was not, in fact, invincible. Blood mage seems undercooked. Yep. So even as a curse witch, you might be better off just going for the infernal as well, and then you're gonna be using your demon form. So that's maybe what's possible. If I'll be choosing the noob path, do you have a build for noobs? Yes. I mean, if you're choosing a sword and you want to have a build for noobs, the first stream of this series, so the stream from yesterday, was me going through Act 1. And in the description of this YouTube video, there is already the up to level 21 starter and support gems put down. Now, I usually recommend for Sorc starters to probably watch like at least the first 30 minutes of the live stream, as that is like that kind of gives you the best feeling for how to start into this as a Sorc. Well, hello there, you tons of annoying dudes. How about we just don't mess about and I just freeze you all to death? Frozen spider, best spider. My fire orb is doing so much damage. I will admit, I often underestimate the damage the fire orb does. Like, sometimes it feels like it's not doing any, but if you do actually have it there and it just pulsing away, that's just shredding these enemies. Like, harsh. Especially if you put it like at a junction here, shut them down and then freeze them in. And they just die to that. Well, hello, uncut support gem level 1. Actually, that's a level 8 spirit gem. That's crazy. I mean, not that I can't use it because I am not the level and I don't have the intelligence. I'm not smart enough. But hello there, Sir Spirit Gem. What do you run on Orb despite Hourglass? Area of Effect. I think it's called Magnified Effect. Yep. I felt like, hey, if you're going to play the Solar Orb, might it not make sense to increase the area that it activates in? This one is still bugged. This is supposed to be the Treasure of Titans. I hope they fix this soon, as it's just merely upsetting to run into this area and every single time find nothing. What kind of weapon to use at the moment? It is a volatile wand. I am not limiting myself to mage stuff because I'm not using fireball. So I can use a wand with whatever. I can use a two-handed staff. Whatever I find that makes sense. If you don't need the ability, so I'm not playing a fireball, I am not playing a lightning bolt, I'm not playing any of the actual Sorc skills given to you. And as soon as you understand that you don't need the fireball, life is so much more fun. You can suddenly use any item that comes your way that enhances your abilities. Like I found this one, bonus spell damage, bonus fire damage, increased mana regeneration. Fuck yeah. Level 18, by the way. And it does everything. Adwal, I want to say you're such a good streamer for the games you're playing. Dankeschön. And I try to choose games that do fit my style. so I can talk and educate as much as possible.
You know why I am here. Relent.
Let's see how the enemy targeting on the frost skills and everything is on this guy. Because usually his targeting is hella borked. Oh, he's being sent. He's being sent, Chan. You meanie! He cut me in half. The frost bomb is currently concentrated effect and fast forward because fast forward has a trigger quicker. And that seems like a reasonable thing to do. If I shoot sparks at his body, then the sparks should technically hit his body, but also his arm. I'm right here. Like, you can literally not cut through me where I'm standing. F-word. Thank you for the 76 centuries of support. Dankeschön. You ended up under the map. Dude, it can happen so quick. And the targeting of spells is so off in the game. Because if you click on him, like, I have tried sending spells, like, right into him. It just simply doesn't work. You're just like targeted spells like the Frost Salvo, for example, they end up in his feed. And you're like, okay, cool. Like, that's amazing. I totally did want to shoot that spell into your feed. Like, I super did not want to shoot it into you. No, I wanted to hit your feed. So yeah, this one needs a harsh rework in many ways, as it just clearly doesn't make any sense how half of the stuff actually computes. Main bodies cannot be hit, it seems, at times. Then like, and you need to like target his arms and actually hit his arm, because like right now I cannot hit him with my spells, so why do I even bother? Then when his arm is down, you can suddenly hit everything. Guess at least sparks are making this somewhat easy. Because they're jumping around and hitting him. Not that I want to hit him with sparks. I want to hit him with my fire spells, with my frost spells, as my frost spells are where the awesomeness is coming from. It's not like we are struggling though, so that's a good one, right? It was vastly easier than with the Ranger. The Ranger had way more targeting issues. Is this Act 1? No, this is Act 2. Don't talk to chat during a boss fight.
It is warm and beautiful.
Do not talk to chat during a boss fight. Can't get past boss 2 main boss. You mean Act 2 main boss? No worries, we'll soon be there, Snoobs, and then we'll send him to hell and either make you feel insignificant or hopefully you could learn something from that. We'll try our best though to hope you can learn something from that.
Is an browse as you wish.
Level 8 skill. Spirit gem still. We could need more end.
A step closer to legend.
We need that. Like, the problem is we need these two nodes. One in, one strength, one end for the abilities that we're using. So that is not working. Put it away now. Gems currency. Check on her items if she has anything noteworthy that you would kind of like want to pick up. +1 to all minion skills. That would be so amazing to have. Armor and energy shield. Wow. That one is better than anything I have here right now. I mean, it's not good, but it's just better than what I have going on. So no questions asked. Finding a new weapon is very hard. They're all never better. It's just what I have is stupid. I'll be fair with you. It's just stupid.
Do not wander.
It is time. I am a Sala. Move swiftly.
Okay, move to the Halani gates, then nuke him, and next up is the other dude. How much is the game? 30?
It must be
How do you get the color around the boxes? It's a loot filter from NeverSync website. Like they have a, like, you just download it and then you go under options and game and put the loot filter in. Essentially, it's just here in the game files. My games, Path of Exile, NeverSync loot filter, and then you just put it in. It's super easy and you got to do nothing else. It just makes things look a bit more beautiful and that's about it. Doesn't have any influence on the gameplay. I'm supposed to travel to Dishar. Am I just blind and not seeing Dishar right now? There. I was pretty much blind. Did you kill Balbala? I'm stuck at her. Yes. What we did is we just spammed frost orbs.
I hope there is time to protect our
No, we spammed sparks. So we just filled the whole room with sparks, and that killed her. The answer was just more sparks. We just filled the room up. Like filled it up, okay? Every nook and cranny sparks. Right up your tushy. In order for that to work, you need your sparks to pierce, though. This is very important. If you do not have the support gem pierce on your sparks, you suck, because your sparks will stop existing after hitting one single enemy. Right now, my sparks pierce. They might do less damage, but due to the piercing, they potentially do twice the damage because they damage again. And since you increase the damage with a firewall, that's amazing. And I wonder if the damage gets increased twice if they're actually passing through the firewall twice. I don't assume so, but it would be funny if they would. That's why we're playing Pierce on them. It's just fantastic. Otherwise, they just vanish on contact. So right now, these zombies, for example, I hit them, and that's it. I hit them. Then you pierce, and then you pierce, and you pierce, and you pierce, and you pierce. Vile Butcher. We're gonna pay attention for the corpse here, because there's a corpse that will be holding a letter. Oh no, not James and... Wait, James and Dave, you can summon one of them. No, both. I figured this out the hard way, but you can just summon one of them. Wait, they added Siphon Flask charges to him? Did he always have Siphon Flask charges? Or is that new? They seem so much more sturdy than usual. I mean, they were always annoying, don't get me wrong, but they seem so much more sturdy right now. Are they healing? What am I missing? It's random, I guess, yeah, because they have never had this. Like, right now, they're just not dying. What is he doing? Heals allies and suppresses foes. Great. Great, that's what you're doing, huh? So that was your plan all along? Just do that. I like they're healing. Is it hard to kill? Oh, so they will have random modifier, but I never noticed on these two dudes that they had like these. But you can also just summon one of them. Is that cheesy? Yeah, it is. I don't care. I mean, after that display, I'm just like, rock him, sock him. Stupid. Am I same with a ranger? Anonymous, thank you for the gifted subs. Oops, Anonymous, I'm not gonna say you killed me because I definitely looked at your subs and died because of that. That'd be mean to say, but it might or might not be your fault. Fire resistant aura. Well, wouldn't you be fire resistant, huh? Oh, I can by now probably learn my curse. I finally have the level, Chan. I should about now do that. Because I do have a curse slot. I'm just not sure if I want to mess with it, because you notice that I am not really having the time to also cast a curse. Maybe only on resistant enemies, probably. Yeah, this is by far preferred to anything you've been doing before, you stupid birds. Oh, you dropped one of those? You did? Oh, don't mind if I do. I mean, the amount of Boreas I got is something. If you die to a boss, the game makes the next one easier. No. That wasn't a boss. That was just a random elite in between. And since the effects on them are randomized, you got a different set of effects on them. Elemental resistance aura. We love that you have that. That's so amazing. Toxic 2's the Shaggy. Elemental resistance aura feels like the game giving you a big stinky finger. But hey, we at least get another level 8 gem that we can't use. Because let me check my notes. We do not have enough intelligence to use that right now. Let me quickly get another point of intelligence that we can actually use this, because it's about to go down. Thank you very much. So now I can finally use that. Sparks has no more projectiles, so we're using Flame Wall. Always level up Flame Wall over Sparks. Unless Sparks gets you more, then the Arctic Armor goes up to level 8. Oh wait, that was a Veiled Mask. In Superior. If you compare Sorc to Ranger, which one is smooth going? Sorc definitely more than Ranger. That being said, the Ranger has the advantage of you just pumping evasion and completely ignoring certain sources of damage. Now, I do have my energy shield, and my energy shield also does help me to not feel like I'm being pressured by enemies very much. Still, though, like, having evasion is really nice. And just be like, oh, so you cannot hit me, huh? YOLO. Now, evasion is a two-sided coin. Because you're kind of, like, sometimes you feel unbeatable, and sometimes you just take so much damage that it doesn't make sense. Like, I cannot take damage because I have evasion. And then you get hit by 5 times in a row. And it's just weird. And you ask yourself, where's my evasion? Which Venom Draught of the Veil is best for Warrior? On my last 2 characters, I haven't bothered with a Venom Draught, so I cannot even give you a recommendation there. I have literally ignored that the Venom Draught exists because I was too lazy to search for the area and then find the boss, and then, yeah. I know I'm terrible. Would you recommend sticking to class skills or mixing them? Well, I would mix them if they make sense, but yeah, if the mixing doesn't make sense, don't. When you look at Raging Spirits is technically a sword thingy. Technically. But you just gotta let go of your notion of class skills. Like on my Necromancer, for example, I use the Flame Wall together with my Skeletal Poisonous Archers. And that actually from level 2 on. So first skill gem, Skeletal Archers, second skill gem, Flame Wall, and we're good to go. Done. So this is like, I guess the notion of class skills just gotta leave. There are no class skills, they're just skills. And you just check if you want to use them or not. So make use of every tool given to you if it then makes sense to incorporate into your skill set. The expression is double-edged sword. Yeah, I was trying to find that expression, but, you know, brain. Playing computer games, talking to chat, looking at multiple chats, and trying to think doesn't compute sometimes. And then you say stupid things. I love Sorg. I am very much enjoying Sorg. I was a bit worried about starting her. Everyone said it's like you're gonna struggle and it's gonna be hard. But I guess it was mostly from people that tried the Sorg and didn't understand how certain synergies work. Which is okay. Like the Sorg is probably an advanced starter. Because of already needing to understand that your sparks fly through your firewall and that does a lot of damage. And yes, I think that is an advanced mechanic. Not a simple mechanic. Wait, is there something in this area again? The spirals have the vases. Yeah, that's it. I never bothered with them. That's an advanced mechanic if you've been playing D4 too much. No, I don't think so. That has nothing to do with D4. There's tons of people that started playing Path of Exile that have no contact to D4. I know people like to trash the game, but you gotta let go of that attitude because it's just only gonna make you seem like a weirdo in the eye of the gaming community. And there's people that do struggle with Diablo's game mechanics, and there's nothing wrong with that. They're game mechanics. You're playing a game. If you do lack understanding, there's hope for explanations. Unless you're gatekeeping and being a weird elitist at times. And I'll be sad to say that, but the Path of Exile community is sadly filled with these people. It's not meant as an insult to the whole community, because I know that the whole community is also very welcoming at the same time. Okay, sisters, activate. Please, don't mind if I just get you all frozen up. I might have activated the checkpoint before attempting this, probably. I never knew what this did to you, so you can kill all of these, right? And yeah? But what did it actually do, right? Was there any outcome from this? It's just supposed to be a joke. I understand, sir, but you get my point, right? Especially when there's a history with a hard amount of elitism from a community. We're just trying to foster healthy behavior. Are you freezing them and throwing fire at the same time? That doesn't make sense. There's an interesting part about Path of Exile that you might not be aware of, but when you click a skill, it overwrites the input of another skill. So let's say I'm spamming sparks right now. If I right click my mouse, it will instantly cast my frost bomb, even without me actually having to stop spamming sparks, more or less. So I could hold down W to spam sparks, but then I hold my right mouse button to do the skill, and I hold my E to do that. But while I'm holding down W, so I just never let go of W at this point. I can just hold it down. Then you can weave in the other spells. That can be to your detriment, but it can also work really nice. So while I really just hold down W, I do all the other skills in between and take my potions. But I'm just holding down W the whole time, and everything just gets woven into each other, which is quite amazing. Just gotta look out that you're essentially not aborting the wrong skills, but it truly allows you to spam something and then just add the other stuff to the fray. If you need to buy stash tabs, how's the game free to play? Whoever said that you need to buy stash tabs? Stash tabs are a convenience option that makes the game vastly more convenient to play. Ergo, it's a free-to-play game with a convenience option. Exactly how free-to-play games should work. You want to play a game with less hardship? You want to play a game with some added convenience? Well, guess what? You probably have to pay for said convenience. I've seen people go so far to say these stash tabs should be included in the game. That Path of Exile is greedy for not doing that. But they're giving you a free-to-play game with vast amounts of contents. I lack the understanding how it could be greedy to add a monetization option. That is a reasonable monetization option. I guess anyone thinking that it's greedy to do this instead of just adding it to the base game is probably just too cheap to buy. And there's nothing wrong being that way. But just be aware that, like, you might be ridiculed. Yeah, the company has to make money, right? I mean, if you consider that this is their way to make money over stash tabs and obviously skins, but the main monetization attempt is over the stash tabs, and it's enough to allow them to make Path of Exile 2. Well, I guess GG. I'm sorry, there's nothing wrong with this, and like it's a you problem. I'm gonna say this, and I don't even wish to have an argument here, but if you don't like it, it's a you problem. There is vastly more predatory monetization on the market, and this is by no means in any way a problematic monetization model. Okay. We're gonna hand in the letter before we start. We're gonna spend our skill point, do more elemental damage. Thank you very much. There's no $200 horse armor. There has never been a $200 horse armor, Joni. That $200 horse armor from Diablo was always bound to a bunch of currency, and streamers just spun a tale that will make it seem like a weird monetization to fit their narrative, you know? Shocker? No, my favorite content creator would never do that. They would never say things that are not true just to make it seem like the company they don't like or the YouTube video they're making gets more clicks. What? That would certain... No.
I hear you. No need as you will.
That's crazy.
4 nights.
It's pretty crazy that I don't have to buy it again. Yeah, you don't have to buy it again. Exactly. That's the thing. So if you had your stash tabs already in PoE 1, you have them in PoE 2, Chad. What? Which company would do that? Certainly not Diablo 4. Exactly. Certainly not Blizzard. But there's a thing here. In comparison, GGG is a nice independent company, right? That doesn't have a bunch of stakeholders, shareholders whatsoever breathing down their neck demanding certain quotas to be met and decisions to be made. It is a breath of fresh air to have a company who has a bit more freedom in their choices and doesn't get chokehold by investors that tell them to act in certain ways to make the most money possible. And if you're not getting Bobby Kotick his next, like, beautiful Lamborghini, then, well, things are not looking good for you. And let's be fair, that's a big role that plays there. I bought it for $100 pack to support them, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, if this is your hobby you enjoy doing and you're gonna sink hundreds of hours into it, putting some money in, there's like, right? I mean, people buy the stupidest shit with their money, but will ridicule you for like spending a sum of money on a computer game. So thank you for supporting the company. I'm pretty sure they do appreciate it because all this support has allowed them to be able to make this game. I mean, this is truly a testament to community support and that they actually do like a company. If you look at the years and years that Path of Exile has been out there, and all the community support has allowed them to make more beautiful games. Great to see. Ow, you almost burnt me there. You know what? Before we keep fighting, I will spend my skill points on Echoing Flames. Because if I have ignited an enemy recently, which I consistently do, then I get 30% more spell damage. Or, sorry, elemental damage. And since, well, all the damage I do is elemental damage, I guess we're very fine out about that. And we just gotta take the one with the freeze too. So if you have frozen an enemy recently, then you're also going to get more elemental damage. And then we probably should add Shocketh to this too, as we Shocketh the enemy as well. I'm pretty sure I won't have the intelligence to use this. No, I can finally use it. Okay, the spark could be going up by 2 levels. The bomb could be going up by another 30 damage. The solar orb could be going up by 3 levels, and I think I'm finally going to upgrade the solar orb. As again, the spark upgrade doesn't do much for us. Good. Now we're almost at Dreadnought levels. So you were asking about boss find, so we can go there. Orb of Storms, I'm not using Orb of Storm. That is not a skill that I need for this build, and doesn't do anything for us. Increased spell damage, increased fire damage, 1 level to all fire spell skills, and gain for... Funny story is, it's not even that much better than my current one, right? It does the 20% of damage as extra fire damage, so that would be nice, but the damage is roughly the same, like fire and spell damage. While the 1 level to fire spell skills is nice, I would lose on the mana regeneration, which helps, but it has cast speed increase, so I guess I'm going to buy that. Because that cast speed increase is going to come in handy. The Act 2 boss was a punk. Honestly, his phase 2 is easier than his phase 1. As stupid as it sounds. The phase 2 might be the one where he does more things, but his phase 1 is a little bit less predictable and feels therefore more weird. Yeah, I guess that's the best way how to put it down there.
Ready yourself. We must prevail, no matter what.
The Paradon will fall.
The build is so good, it works like a charm. And I can't wait to put out the full guide. I think I'm gonna make the guide a bit different. It's gonna be like a Act 1 walkthrough together with like which support to pick up at which level kind of thingy. I did that for the Witch and people seem to like it. So I think I'm gonna do the same style for the Sorc and then probably repeat that for Act 2, 3 and the Cruel Acts as well. That might work out. It's easier to understand that way as well. So I think Jamra is probably one of my favorite boss designs. He's like kind of cool. If you compare the Act 2 boss to Act 3 boss, I feel like the Act 3 boss is a joke, but that's mainly due to you just being more powerful, I guess. But truly, like the Act 2 boss, there was some struggle. The Act 3 boss is just stay behind him. He dies. Done. Maybe it's just my builds, I don't know, but like he did not feel like a challenge. Also, the Dreadnought here with goddamn sparks is cheat code. Like I'll just put down frost bombs to freeze them, and then we just have our sparks in the flame wall just bibbity bounce off everything, pierce, and then go crazy. That's mean for the Dreadnought. I could be just farming here. Wait, is there a boss? No. I was expecting someone to be in that corner of the map. This map and the boss had you delete your Chaos Blood Witch. Chaos is being buffed. Chaos is being buffed because Chaos is too weak. GGG accepted that. There's a patch coming, chat. Patch is not out yet. The patch is going to make the Arsonist Witch a bit weaker because it's overpowered, so that's interesting. We're gonna have some changes to weaker skills. So the main attempt with the next patch will be making weaker skills stronger because we have a bunch of weaker skills that could be lifted up. So that's kind of nice to see. And with that change, we're hopefully gonna see some more of the unused skills be more useful. I would really like to see that. Yeah, that's a little bit what the next patch is kind of holding for you. And some changes to the Trials of Sarcophagus to make them also more acceptable. Not so annoying. Which class have you tried so far? I have a level 70 Witch, I have a level 70 Ranger, and this is going to be my level 70 Sorc. Afterwards, we're going to make a level 70 Merc or a level 70 Warrior / Monk. And since they're working on the melee stuff, maybe it's going to be Warrior. The problem is I really don't like the Warrior playstyle, so it probably has to be Monk. That being said, there seems to be like a very set meta for Monks already that looks quite boring, if I'm going to be honest. So we might go against the Fold there, but obviously going against the Fold might create a build that's just shit. So we'll have to see about that. We're gonna see where it's going with that. But my goal is to get every character to 70 and make a starter for every character. So if you want to level something, you can just go on my YouTube channel and find a starter. That's my goal. And as the new classes are then coming, the Druid, the Shadow, the Legionnaire, and all that kind of stuff, same there. One starter, every character, and then you have a library of starter builds if you then wish to. And if you ever want to start something, you know where to find it. It's going to be there. I'll have it provided for you. With the according live streams and everything. So I guess that's going to work, hopefully. To have you all just get good builds, good fun. Ranged magma lobbing titan is the thing, if I'm right. That sounds fun. So I'm certainly like intrigued to try out all the classes and just see where it takes us. Stashes often cost less money. I mean, the game is out for a week and Grinding Gear Games decided to make a stash tab sale already. Which is the least greediest move in existence. I mean, everyone is playing the game. Everyone is willing to spend money on the game. And they already made a sale for the one thing that probably makes them the most money. Fucking greedy company. Obviously. How dare they? Like, they could have literally decided to just let it be. Right? I mean, game is out. The hype is there. Everyone is buying. And they're like, nah, listen, we're gonna do a sale. Yeah, I think a sale sounds like a good plan. And the investors were like, oh, no. You cannot. They did tons of money from the pre-sale though, obviously, and rightfully though. I mean, all that money that they're making right now is going to pay for either Path of Exile 3 or for the next expansion of Path of Exile, right? I mean, all that money they're making, like, in the end, Grinding Gear Game has just simply shown that this leads to better games, to new games, to more content, to more stuff. It's the one time you're actually happy for a company to make money. And if you see, like people saw the Blizzard microtransaction numbers and they were like, goddamn scumbags, I hate you. Right? You see the GGG, like, numbers of money they're making. You're like, let's go, girls. Yay. Pumping hard. Oh, shit. I should probably pay attention to the game. Sorry. Yeah, we're already talking about PoE 3. Hey, you know how it is. I mean, like 2 months after Diablo 4, people were talking about Diablo 5. I was like, imagine what they can do with Diablo 5. It's like, give me a break, please. Can we just develop a game to the end? If you quit Once Human, I mean, there's nothing new to do in Once Human, so I'm not playing it right now, sir. I mean, there are games you play daily, and actually there's not a single game I wish to play daily for the rest of my life. Not a single one. I like to go to games that have good patches, which is the most healthy gaming attitude in existence. I'm sorry. You know, there are gamers that like to stick to one game until their nuts fall off, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it leads to misery, and you cannot convince me that that is not a fact. Gamers that play more games are happier gamers. Done. That's the statement. Gamers that stick to games despite them not having meaningful patches and that keep playing them despite there not being a meaningful patch are unhappy gamers because they'll turn frustrated every single time. So rather return to games when they get good again or have something new to play, right? Valorant for life? Yeah, but it's kind of like when, as you say, people play Valorant or League of Legends every single day without there being a change. And that's okay. You can do that. But at some point, you might turn... well, it's a bit different because competitive online genre, but we talked about that yesterday. We had a very long talk about the mental illness that competitive online gaming can be. And how it might ruin your fun in single-player games. Don't worry, I have my years of competitive online gaming behind me. Way too many. And we're happy to have left it behind for the time being. And learn to enjoy single-player games again. Are you using any uniques? Not as of right now, but I am actually planning to use a unique with this build because there is a wand for mages that allows you to spam Ember Fusillade whenever you use a spell. So it would put an Ember Fusillade above me whenever I use a spell, and that would lead to me having like tons of Ember Fusillades going on. On top of all the damage we're dealing, and I'm not sure if that's actually worth it because I don't know how much you can flash out Ember Fusillade to actually be nasty. But I kind of feel like there should be a way to make that nasty because I just refuse to accept that it's not nasty. So there we go. Okay, that wall of minions there was kind of something. It also burned through my potions like twice now. Feelingly. Stupid spear, man. Holy Christ. It just kept coming. It's not like an League of Legends player. Well, I've played like 10,000 hours of Hearthstone. I've probably over 10,000 hours of League of Legends. I have like, I don't know, what is it, like 5,000 hours in Warzone. I've played my share, but over 15,000 hours actually in PUBG. So I have my share of competitive online games, but it stays true to the fact that the most unhappy gamers, and I don't think anyone will combat me on this, but the most unhappy gamers are people that play competitive online games. And the unhappiness comes from themselves making themselves unhappy. And the crazy part is that when you're playing a game like League of Legends, if you have a win rate of 50%, that means that you're spending 50% of your day usually being miserable. Because let's be fair, if you lose in a game like League of Legends, the round is most likely not fun. It's going to end up with your team swearing at each other, intentional feeding, all that kind of shit, right? So you're spending 50% of your allocated gaming time, let's be it 4 hours, with just being miserable, looking at your phone and not actually playing the game you want to play. Then maybe if you're lucky, you have like 50% good games, but let's be fair, who actually has a 50% win rate as a casual? Most people are looking at south of that. So you're spending more time technically being miserable than actually having fun. Doesn't sound good to me, right? Obviously, if you're a very good gamer and you're winning a lot, that formula changes a bit. Still. Just play MMORPG where you dominate constantly. I mean, MMORPGs do have that advantage until you have done everything and you just idle around and do the same things over and over and over again. And there's a reason why I'm leveling up a new character right now, because I am level 17. I have reached the end game. The end game is okay-ish. I mean, the end game is PoE 1 in PoE 2. And that's why we're playing right now a new character, because playing a new character is exciting to see how they work out and how they do. And once this character is level 70, I'm going to do the same with it to then probably move on to the next character again. And then the next and the next and the next and the next and so on. Until I have all characters to level 70. And then we're finally going to start playing the end game, to be honest. But until then, I have way too much fun doing this. Ever understood how people play League solo queue all day? Well, because they have ambitions. They thrive. They want to have this competition. I mean, I have had like my time in League of Legends where you play six hours per day of League of Legends, straight up solo queue, blasting. But I also was winning most of the time. And luckily I was decent in games, but I cannot fathom if someone is playing Bronze 5 in League of Legends and decides that his gaming time per day is League of Legends and keeps getting his ass handed to him. Yeah, the endgame will have had enough patches to get in a better state. That's my whole plan, to essentially not engage in the endgame, and then when it's better, come back. My wife, be right back. Would your game needs active trading? Yes. Hey, Popkey, good to see you there. So what's your highest rank in League? I've been always Diamond 1 when Challenger didn't exist. Or just top 100 EU when Challenger didn't exist. So that was fun times back then. But LoL is definitely a game that I still cherish, but I don't want to play. I mean, imagine... You know what my favorite part about online games is with matchmaking and ranked? When you start a ranked game, and during the matchmaking process, the game is already over. Right? So, like, let's imagine you start a game of League of Legends, or any ranked game, Valorant, Overwatch, and during the ban phase, your whole team starts clawing at each other's throats already. The first person says FF at 20. I am not playing healer, Rengar main, jungle or quid. I will force feed if you don't let me mid. And that happens at any, like, you would say this only happens at low rank. It happens at any rank. So no matter if you're Diamond 1, if you're Challenger, if you're Master, or whatever rank you are, it happens at every rank. No matter what game you play, like Valorant, Rush B, or Quid. Like, okay, so we lost the last 2 rounds. The game is over. No one ecoed. It's done. I will not, like, I refuse to eco. You know how it is. People are horrible. But you have so many games where you know, like, you have already people that have mentally given up. I don't understand how these people play online games anyways. So the coming back to the online game problematic in itself, imagine that's you. You're sitting in front of your PC and you have given up on the game that you just started before it even started. Huh? Why even play games then? What's your problem? Who hurt you? Or probably the last time games hurt you. Yeah, it's only why I play solo competitive these days. See, like, if you're only competing versus yourself and the game, aka Elden Ring, or trying to get the high leaderboard spot in Diablo, for example, that's you versus yourself versus the game. So, fuck the team, I guess. Do we shock more or do we chill more? I feel like we chill more than we chalk more. Do you sell your magic items or is it better to disenchant them? Sell the magic items, disenchant superior items and socketable items. That's it. Actually, not disenchant them, salvage them. Okay, level 2 end boss. Let's see what we can do versus you now. He's frost weak. We do a significant amount of frost. He does have like a whole lot of HP, that's for sure. For my people! Bait that, or he's just gonna one-hit nuke you. Freeze, freeze, freeze. We're not being hidden by your stupid things. Freeze, freeze, freeze. We're not being hit by your stupid dudes. This is probably the phase where most of the builds die. Like where my ranger also had some issues in the beginning. When you like just get hit by his stupid cronies and they're just annoying. For my people! Oh, you're frozen, sir. That's a shame. Okay, phase 2. Disrespect our enemy.
What are you doing?
For my people! Like, that's why I'm saying his phase 2 is easier. You just walk in a circle around him, and you only have to avoid his sword, and that's like kind of it. Because if you walk in a circle around him, half of his attacks just don't hit you. You'll just avoid the sword. Are we gonna get hit by his size now? It's kind of funny because most enemies just don't strafe in this game. I don't know what made them do this. 10,000 spears. Avoid that one because you don't want to die to 10,000 spears. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Not cool. Hee. Oh shit. He actually had me. Jesus. See, he's really simple. I like him. He's my favorite boss of all the bosses in the game. I hope you understand why, because his overall design is kind of cool. I wonder if I should go like harder on my spell casting, because I tend to like not hold the button down as hard as I could. At times I tend to occasionally still spam the button instead of like literally just going all out on him. For my people. Ow. Don't forget to roll through that. Mistakes happen. Again, in order, by the way, to flood the area with your sparks, you need piers. I keep repeating this, but I feel like this is so important to keep repeating. If you don't have piers, it won't work. He's very well designed for sure. Absolutely. But like some of the other bosses they're not badly designed, right? This would be mean to say. I don't think there's any badly designed bosses in the game. I think PoE, like the bosses, are truly the pinnacle of the PoE 2 experience. Anyone else disagree? Agree, Chad? And the bosses is right now what separates this for me from other ARPGs. Because there are fun boss encounters in other ARPGs, like, but not to the level of what PoE 2 has. And the game funnily reminds me very heavily of No Rest for the Wicked in that regard. Have you played that game? If not, you have missed out, I'll say it. Because No Rest for the Wicked is truly it's a masterpiece. It's a nice combination of the ARPG plus Souls genre, even more than this one was. So now I feel like they took a page of the textbook of what we have with No Rest for the Wicked and amplified that by 10 though. No Rest had a bit of the problem of being too much Souls focused almost, I'd say. Ow. That at time was to the detriment of the game. 10,000 spears. Ignore that. I mean, like, roll out of that, okay? Don't you endless gates me, bruh. Oh, ow. I did not mean to get hit by that. Wait, did he say 10,000 spears, Chad? No, he said endless gates. Oh. Gotta listen to actually what he's saying. It's my favorite part about the game, of actually listening to what the boss has to say. Funny story, the Ranger had an easier time at this stage of the build. So it's funny to see that, like, the Sorg had a way easier time on a lot of the bosses where the Ranger struggled with in Act 2. But in this boss particularly, the Ranger was having his nose a bit further forward. I mean, not that we struggled here. I think we should have probably picked up, like, a better weapon or something like that. In PoE 2, the bosses feel like bosses. Yes, no matter how strong you get, unless, obviously, after, like, Act 3. No matter how strong you get, bosses feel like bosses. You're struggling with the first Act boss, maybe watch my video from yesterday, Barry. At the end of the video, we killed the first Act boss. Very simple.
It is done. The war.
You know what would have helped? Probably having a better giant life flask. Broadhead quiver. Kill that one out. Oh, and we still, like, by the way, look at my rings, Chad. Just to draw you a picture of what's happening here. We're playing the shittiest rings in existence because, let me check my notes. We just didn't get anything better. Here, 77 max life, mana regeneration, enemy on kills, so ta-da. So, we just don't have rings, I'm sorry. Playing the game on hard mode. I want to try the contagion combo. For the contagion combo, sir, you're please waiting for the patch that is to come. Because the patch that is to come is going to make the contagion combo more powerful. So do us all a favor and please wait. Okay. Or be kind. Because else you're just going to hate yourself in a matter of minutes. That's a fantastic quiver. Quiver me timbers, John.
I'll unburden you. Blessings.
And you come into the currency tab.
Care for a story?
Do you have anything new, exciting? You only have shit stuff, lady.
I hear you. My wares are renowned.
Might wait for Act 3 to just buy somewhere. Ooh. Finally a belt that does something, Chad. I mean, a belt that's just better than what I have in every way. We have some armor now, 24%. It's crazy. They add more early game skills after release. Sir, I don't know if you've seen it. Give me a second. I need to walk up to this and then we'll talk about this. Don't worry. There's quite some more early game skills coming. Because you gotta consider what is coming. We're missing 6 classes, 6 sets of weapons, 6 potential overlapping skills to come. Or 6 times 4 overlapping skills to come. Let's throw an eye on this for a moment. So we got 6 out of 12 classes. And if you're going for the gems right now, mind you got Elemental, right? Flame Wall. Flame Wall I can just use as a witch. So that's 4 potential skills I can just use as a witch. They don't need a weapon. Then you get the occult stuff, obviously. Then Prime, that's Druid. That's another 3 skills. Flail, another 3 skills or more. You got mace, which has like, you know, then you have axe, you get crossbow, sword is missing, spear is missing, dagger is missing. So there is so much more to come for the whole game. Do you plan on redoing classes when big changes are coming in the future? Absolutely, Marin. For me, I'm planning to keep up with the updates that we have to offer with Path of Exile, and I'm planning to, alongside Diablo, sink quite some time into Path of Exile. Also, yes, my wife made even more omelette, Chad.
There was once an empire that embraced corruption. They studied it, mastered it, and became the greatest civilization the world has ever known. But it led to their destruction. Our allies will continue the pursuit of the beast, but we shall undertake a different search. We must go to the ruins of the Vaal Empire, in search of a weapon against the coming cataclysm.
I never watched this cutscene. When I started the game, I just blasted through the cutscene. My wife put a lot of salt into this. That means she's in love with someone. She's trying to kill you off? Well, I can be glad that I have a very good metabolism, or I would be a very fat person. Because my wife is an excellent cook. And also keeps saying that I'm not allowed to be under 120 kilogram because I'm getting too thin. That being said, I am a very tall person that works out, so 120 kilogram is like my feel-good weight, pretty much. And I will look like a stick if I go lower. Still, though, I'm not allowed to lose weight, chat. Need to keep being a big boy. I hate the drain flask, dudes. I hope you die. The DPS check boss is annoying, which is the lava one. I'm stuck here. Ah, the lava boss. Well, he's optional. So if you're stuck with a skeletal sniper build, trick number 1, pull your snipers back at the beginning. I'm actually not sure how you're stuck with the sniper build because we absolutely demolished him on our first playthrough. So I'm like, maybe you should recheck your passive skill tree for different points, or you need to pull back your archers frequently more. Like I do in that fight, use my command skeleton button to like pull my archers back, and back, you know? Is the honor system in Trials just unfun, or are you missing the point? You're missing the point that Path of Exile tried something new and it sucks. Done. They tried something new with the honor system, it stinks. It happens. These things happen. They thought it would be a good idea. They had a lot of people pre-play this stuff, and it turns out that it's a fucking shit idea, and the honor system is just terrible. Now, if you're a ranged character, even for a ranged character, it feels less horrible, but excluding like a whole bunch of people like that, or builds, whatever, just feels not like it. I'm sorry. So yeah, they tried out something new. It failed gloriously. People hate it. Like I don't know anyone that says, "Wow, the honor system! I'm rock hard right now." Honor system. Yeah, come here. Sorry, no one ever said that, right? Bisty, thank you for the gifted sub. We appreciate it. Dankeschön. Also, I missed the sub from Mr. Zeshmiko. Sorry, sir. Appreciate your support. So yeah, no one ever said like honor system is great, right? I have a hard on for the honor system. So right now the general sentiment is if you're ranged, it's okay. If you're melee, it's stupid. Right now, I do believe they would do themselves a favor to rethink like a redoing of the trials. Of like the trials in itself is fine-ish. My biggest gripe is probably the time it takes. Right now, one trial run from the beginning to the end, like if you're trying the third trials, for example, is everything like around an hour, only to meet your end by a stupid trap, an unlucky mutation, something. I mean, like I stepped accidentally into a room that gave me minus 30% movement speed and my run was over. Now, obviously, I shouldn't have done that, so shame on me. I'm an idiot. Like, screw you, Ponyhop. Still, like, it was just one room with minus movement speed, and my run was just over. Like, the hour I invested didn't matter anymore. Because from that point on, you cannot avoid traps, you cannot get out of anything like enemy-like, and your honor will just tank straight away. Done, done, and done. No chance for you to recoup from that point, to be honest. So yeah, I do hope they revisit it. It is early access. They have tons of time to make up for it. I think in a year we'll be laughing about it and say like, ha, remember the honor system at the start? Yeah, I remember. I hated it. I wanted to die. Good. Sparks, no more projectiles. We're going to upgrade Flame Wall, and we're actually going to upgrade Sparks, though, because I really want them to be maximum damage right now. The trials were challenging in PoE 1. I do understand that trials should be challenging. You know what my biggest issue right now is? Okay, listen, chat. Listen, my biggest issue, and I think you'll understand. So I am in Act 2, and I get my first 2 Ascendancy points. Amazing. Chaka Zulu. Then I'm in Act 2 Cruel. So 5 acts later, or 3 acts later. And if I'm level 50, I might be able to get my next 2 Ascendancy points. Good. Then I'm done with the campaign. Okay, I'm done with playing through the game. And I end in the end game. I am level 70, maybe level 75. And I can get my 3rd set of Ascendancy points. That's where most people have already stopped playing the game. People stop playing the game after the campaign. At least 80% of the community. And I'm being generous here. Most people do not engage with end games in games. So you're gonna have like tons of people that are just done, obviously. And then you can get your next Ascendancy points. You know, when I'm like, if I want to essentially get my character fully made, if I want my character to be done, I am forced to interact with the end game. I have no way to do this without the end game. So yeah. Okay, we're gonna take all 3. I think this might be overkill, but I kind of like it. So when I freeze, more elemental damage. When I ignite, more elemental damage. And when I chill, I get 90% more elemental damage. Sounds cool. Thank you, Steve, for your gifted subs for both. And congratulations on the Chimera Pad. Imagine you're done with the game, and the game is like, but wait, there's more. It's gonna give people the feeling that they can never finish their character. And that stings.
The mighty Val Empire, now just an overgrown jungle.
If you don't want to go into in-game, just play SC. That makes no sense. It's about the fact that you're done with the game and you're not even getting your full power set. Like, by the time you reach endgame, technically, you should have your full power set. Game starts with the endgame. Yeah, that's what you're saying, sir. But that's factually wrong. The game starts with the game start. It's the same when you're playing an MMORPG and you're saying the game starts with the endgame. That is not wrong. But the game starts when the game starts. And again, ignoring the fact that most people stop playing the game as soon as they reach endgame is just being ignorant. Most people never engage with the grindy endgames because guess what? It gets grindy and annoying. So yeah, that's probably my greatest piece of gripe. With the current system. Oh wait, I can pick up level 9 abilities now? I mean, I haven't picked up a curse, but do I want to pick up a... What do we have?
Fireball explodes on impact. launching a nova of smaller firebolts.
That sounds cool.
Frost Wall creates a wall of solid ice.
Nah, I don't want that.
Ice crystals can be damaged. If the crystals are destroyed or pushed hard enough, they will explode. Stand inside a mana tempest to empower your spells with extra lightning chains, projectiles, and damage. The storm drains your mana and will drain faster the more spells you cast. Stand inside a mana Use Lightning Warp to teleport inside enemies and make them explode violently. This skill can only target enemies low on life. Look out for this indicator for enemies you can cull.
I kind of want to use Lightning Warp, but I wanted to do fire stuff, so let's go for fireballs for the time being. I mean, Meeks, like, thank you for your input, but everything you've just said about PoE just shows that you're probably a permanent online person that spends too much time with computer games. I don't mean to discredit what you're saying, but you're wholly ignorant of the situation of casual players. And you're clearly not up for a debate, so, like, just, you know, just don't, brother. Do us all a favor. Because your comments are useless. Fireballs are insane. Yeah, they're fun. I mean, this looks fun. What I'm asking myself is, if I shoot a fireball through a firewall, does the fireball get more damage? Because realistically, it should. So from this point on, I can at least do some fun with this instead of using my spark. Which would be stupid though, because we'd be ignoring all the other stuff. But I guess for the act at least being, let's do this for a bit. It feels fun. But it's definitely a nice blast. How could we make this stronger though? Wait, if the firewall, like, what happens if you give it a scatter shot? Well, now we need to go into the thinking for a second. Burn! What if we're lowering the damage but we triple the amount of projectiles? Yeah. Okay, how does the damage feel against a boss? When we're still going to use our free skills, we're still going to use our orb, and then we're going to throw fireballs at you. The damage of the fireballs seems inconsistent, though. If that makes sense. It's probably due to, like, the way how they impact. They're better for area clear than for boss clear. So for bosses, I'd probably still have better using the spark and my frost skills in combination with all the other stuff. We could probably put like another support on them if we had another support. That's the problem. We don't really have many supports going on. It's bonus DPS, I guess. Back for a second. I highly recommend Scatter. Yeah, we have Scatter Shot on it. We just put it on to see if we like the fireball. I don't think I will want to play it much. I just enjoy having it right now, right? It makes me happy right now. That has 31 spirit. It's like a very good item. We wanted to keep these if we had enough strength to actually wield it, but we don't have enough strength to wield it. Great. I turn you just into a higher rarity item, probably. So, where's my gems? Level 1 supports. Is there anything I want to use? Thank you, Mr. Bizzle, for your subscription gift. We do appreciate it, Bizzle. Dankeschön. Happy to have you with us. Spam the fireball against the wall. Yeah, that's probably makes sense. Just sold a quality item. Yeah, I tend to sell them. I keep them with me to... Oops. I keep them with me to usually salvage them, and then I forget to salvage them. Because I'm a professional. That's what professionals do, by the way. We get ignition, but ignition seems useless. You get a fireball, explosion. I gotta think about like what skill do I want to use for that. I mean, from the level 1s especially. Nothing, I feel like from the level 1s that would do as much good. Nah. Nothing really. I mean, sure, you could just give it more projectile speed, but it would make it more expensive, so it doesn't seem to be a way to do it, right? Chaika, thank you very much for your subscription. Chaika, good to see you there. Hope you're doing good. Let's go increase to last chance to ignite. Nah. I mean, there's just like nothing that would actually make it better because it would also make it more expensive. So scattershot is like the thing to actually put on to not increase the cost, because if you increase the cost, that kind of like stings, right? We have 3 skill points. Where are we going now with those 3 skill points, Chad? I laid out a planner roughly to see what I want to do, right? I mean, we could do curse stuff. There is here increased area of effect on curses. But I don't want to, like, I'm too lazy to use curses right now. We should start using a curse though, but Chance for spell skills to fire 2 additional projectiles. Oh, I would really like to do that just for the goddamn YOLOs of doing it. I like bonus projectiles. Really? How much bonus chance can you get? That's 4 aid. Another 12, another 12. That's reasonably good. I want that. I just want that to mess around with it. What I should do, so like what I should do what makes more sense is picking up more energy shield at this point to just make myself more sturdy. So that would probably be the more sense making thing, or potentially just to burst through the lightning resistance of people. I mean, I would be better off to like go for heavy buffer at the top, most likely. And try to reach this one for more types of elemental ailment damage. But no one ever said Ponyhoff is a smart person. He's just a person. Which difficulty level should I start? What do you mean? The game has one difficulty, and that's difficult. There's one stage the game has, and it's cranked up. The fun part is, like, my actual sparks are still more deadly than the fireballs, even though the fireballs are strong. I feel like the more damage you deal is with the explosion than with the actual fireball, like, hit. And they do tons of damage, though, so I guess I can use them for clearing rabble right now. You can go hardcore, but the thing is, if you die in hardcore, you just get teleported into softcore. So if you truly want to play hardcore, then Path of Exile doesn't even have a hardcore mode. Because your character just survives. What a fake hardcore game mode, imagine. And you will die. Just as an FYI, if you haven't played the game before, you're probably going to die in the first 30 minutes of your gameplay at least once. And with saying at least once, I am being generous here. Okay. Because even if you know what you're doing, you're probably just going to die at some point because, well, GG. It's so easy to die in the game. What's with the level cap in PoE2 at the moment? It's capped at 40. No, there's no cap. 100 is the end. Well, I mean, there's no cap. 100 is the end. I lied to you. Level 100 is the end right now. No one is there yet, because getting 100 is a hell of a grind. So this is not like, how do I say this now? This is not like Diablo, where you play to an end level and then you're in the end game. You're essentially in the end game with level 65 already, and then you are end gaming. And how far you go is down to you and your ambitions. So there's no like real... Like, from this point on, you're in the end game now, and you get the best equipment, and it's only, everything is like end game related. There's no like max level you reach as in World of Warcraft, and then you keep playing the game. It's more like, if you ever manage to reach 100, then congratulations, I guess. You're technically not even done with the game, because you gotta find like the pinnacle bosses. The highest softcore players is 98 already, which is still like, I mean, after considering the different ARPGs, I mean, the game is out for over a week and he's not even level 100. Well, what a loser. I mean, imagine, right? It's out for a week already, chat. Over a week. And you're not even the max level. Like, are you even trying? I think you're not even taking the game serious at this point. Like, probably some random. I died probably 30 times. I mean, this is my least dying character, okay? So far, I've died the least with this character. And what was it for death? Was it death? Dying? Death? Which one was it, Chad? Death? Or which was the command? Sorry, I typed it in much. /death. Ah, with a th. So I've died 29 times. And we're in Act 3. So I don't know how many hours this is. I think the character is currently 5 hours old or so. So 30 times pretty good. Considering most deathies have been to me just being an absolute monkey and looking at the chat. Oh yeah, played. We got played as well. True. So 6 hours old and 30 death. 29 death. Gotta say that tier 9 fireball pickup at the entering of Act 3 is definitely fun for the build. I mean, we could have just kept playing the old rotation, okay? There's no need to actually change anything in the build. So we had zero reason to do what we're doing here right now, apart from just putting a twist to it. So it's not like the fireball made the build better, but it's just fun. I mean, don't forget that you're also playing for fun. A way to show FPS, F1 and F1. That being said, the game FPS are highly inconsistent and it makes no sense when they're dropping sometimes. It has gotten better, so they have definitely, with the recent hotfixes, they have also worked on the game performance. So it's mostly like the content stuff they're mentioning. They're not even talking about the performance improvements they're doing, but they're doing performance improvements. Sorry, you just almost hit me there. It's an Arcanist Etcher again. Arcanist Etcher was for staffs, right? Quality improvement. Yeah. Okay, I am looking for the Bog and the Bog Witch, chat. Let's find her. Firewall looks badass. Yeah, the fun part is that you put Scattershot on it. Scattershot is 20% less damage, but you essentially get 2 more projectiles. So is it really 20% less damage when you get 2 more projectiles? Like, does that look like 20% less damage to you? Does this look like... She just said die scum. That's what I like to see. I have stutters, it's usually because of German internet. Nah, not necessarily. I have stutters too, and they have nothing to do with my internet. And everything to do with the game just being the game. Like, suddenly my performance will just drop, and I have, like, I'm in a boss fight, and 2 minutes later, my whole game is just stuttery mess, and I'm like, thank you, Path of Exile. That's very kind of you, but how about fuck you? Yeah? Sideways? So, by the way, the question we're asking ourselves is, if I take a fireball, which does 62 to 92 fire damage, right? And if it explodes and does another 62 to, like, 46 to 69 damage and fires 8 projectiles, then the firewall is saying, projectiles which pass through the wall deal added fire damage. Does that mean that my projectiles, which are already doing 64 damage, gets another 29 damage bonus? And, like, I guess yes. I mean, it doesn't say that it's not adding, like... Right? It's not saying it doesn't benefit fire skills, it benefits all the skills. See, that's an elite here right now, correct? So we get this elite going on. And I want to firebolt him, but I feel like I would be better off shooting the fireballs in the wall and just hitting him with a ricochet instead of, like, trying to hit him with the actual fireballs themselves. Same kind of like when you're shooting the sparks and just sparking everything. We're definitely doing way more damage when we throw it through the firewall. Sebastian, talk to me, brother. Okay, let's see if he gets something good to sell. Sebastian sold me like a killer quiver. Back in the days, Chad. 1995. Sebastian and I were thick as thieves. 20% increased movement speed. Chad is going to kick me in the nuts if I don't take this item. I'm literally going to incite violence here. Like, I will have viewers leaving this stream and be like, this fucking idiot. He's not even able to distinguish a good item from a bad item. So here you go. I hope you're happy. I picked up the movement speed item. You don't have to call the authorities. You don't have to go into another streamer's stream and tell them like you were just watching this turf pony hoff. And he's dumb. And I hate him. I got scattershot on the frostbolt. You might notice that I'm not using the frostbolt at the given time anymore. Because the firebolt is just making sure that everything dies. Also, to come to mention one of my favorite quotes, chat. I don't care how big the room is. I cast fireball. See, right now in this scenario, it would be better to use the sparks because they are like stuck in this little corridor. And my sparks are bibbity bouncing off the walls and eating like everyone. That's where the sparks are just vastly better. Generally for this whole area, like sure, the fireball is cool. But sparks are probably going to be superior. Like, you notice how they're eating up everything? So despite the fireball being good, sparks just win. Main reason why the sparks win is a simple one, okay? We're currently doing more elemental damage if we do more damage, multiplicative, 30% more, if we ignite, if we shock, if we freeze. So if I use my sparks, I get the best of both worlds. Again, we're mostly use the fireball because I just wanted to see if it's fun, but inherently it is still better to just return back to the sparks and just have the sparks go crazy, as they just go crazy. But do you feel like you can still go for bam, 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 bam? Can you use Pierce? Well, my problem would be you want that thing to impact and explode. So if you would be using Pierce, would it impact and explode and then Pierce? I mean, we can find out, no problem. Because if they pierce, do they explode? Yeah, I feel like he just flew through it and didn't explode then. Yeah, they did. Okay. That's bad. Because you want him to explode, right? Like this, they're flying past the opponent and impacting a wall. I would like, so obviously in this situation where you have like a small corridor and they are flying through, nice. But otherwise, they just literally only do their impact damage and that's about it. They only do the phasing through damage and that's about it. So it feels like you're hurting the skill more than you're helping with the peers. At least on cursory eyeing here. The peers will be vastly better on the... And like here, when they're all standing together, sure, I can see where my... And actually come handy together, but nah. Nah, Chad. We've been using electrocution support with sparks for CC. Usually CC is not your issue because you get the freezing CC already. And by just spamming Frostbomb every X seconds, you have enough freeze for any opponent. I mean, Fireball is cool. Certainly. I guess if you had a lot of crit, maybe it would be more useful to just go for big Fireball crits. That could be a thing. Right now, they all just died to tiny... Can I spark her down from her thingy? Wait, can we fireball her down from her thingy? Oh, you can? I don't know if that was us now or not. So against this opponent, for example, my actual sparks are not doing so much because they can't double impact. I'm trying to hit chat. We're not so good at hitting. I'm casting bonus projectiles every now and then. It's working actually already. Interesting. In this fight, for example, the scatter shot on the Frostbolt is 1,000 times better than anything else. Did we just stand in her way and that was enough to counter this? Lady, could you just be standing like on one spot? Sort of doing what you're doing. Also, pretty much doesn't make sense to use fire against the fire witch, I guess. Oh, we're out of mana. That hasn't happened in a hot minute. We're probably able to just kill her with our frost bombs. Even if we conserve like mana like crazy. You know? That hasn't happened in a minute. I run out of mana. Oh. Interesting. What we can do though now is really interesting because I have been getting the skull. And with that skull, we can, matter of fact, finally, get ourselves bonus mana regeneration if we wish to. Because that's what I usually do. Since you got more spirit now, and I don't have to look out for spirit in any capacity. But we can take a level 1 support gem. And in this case, we can go for the Arctic Armor and just add clarity to it, which is 30% more mana regeneration. Just like that. Seems freaking good to me, huh? We're gonna get a poison charm because we don't want to get poisoned. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. We're gonna identify all that crap. And we get our first level 2 support gem. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been waiting for this for quite a while to figure out if there's anything worth it to take. Deal more elemental damage for each skill used recently of a different elemental type. Well, that would be relatively easy, but it's also 120% cost multiplier increase, so that stings. You have been saying you use electrocution support, right? Lightning damage from supported skills contribute to electrocution buildup. Supported skills still 40% less damage. That feels bad. In every way. Is there anything we want to use? I mean, we could do cold penetration for our cold skill, so that's amazing. We could do shocking hit spread, but that's not what we want to do. Exposure applied with sword skills have 30% increase effect. Cool, but useless. So there's nothing like you do really want. I mean, this one is cool. Enemies ignited by supported skill have a 60% chance to explode. I kind of like that. I want to put that on the flame wall and just go crazy. But unsurprisingly or surprisingly, there's nothing I really wish to play of all of these currently. When you get lightning penetration, so that what we could use probably, but that's another 120%. So I don't want to do lightning penetration most likely. It's like if you make your, I mean, we just got also a ton of things, so I guess. Yeah, they're removing the damage debuff. I definitely do agree, and that's where we're going to be looking into it most likely to kind of see if that is going to be something we want to mess with. It's not like we have anything to put on anyways, right? We could just swap out supports, but we don't want to swap out any support. So let's say we're going to keep that level 2 gem for the time being and not actually use it. Put all of these back for the time. Whippity wobbity wibbity wobbity woo.
Still alive. It's idea.
Level 36. How do I end up like not having any items to use because I am just too high level, chat? Can someone explain that to me? We tend to end up in that point.
Welcome. I'll take.
Spirit Gem. Cast on Ignite, cast on Freeze, cast on Shock. I know they nerfed these. So we'll mess with this at a given point. Uncut skill gem. I don't want to use any of these. I should start using a curse, and in this case, it should be the flammability curse because fire damage is, I think, our predominant damage. If I use the flammability curse, we also have to go for gems, tier 1 gems, actually, and they have a skill called persistence. And what else will we have for flammability? Nothing I kind of wish to use at the given point. Increases effect of supported curses. It will make it more expensive though, and it's already 89 mana. It's just gonna leech away my mana with one cast mana gone. Done. I guess I like it the way it is. I mean, I'm most likely not even going to use the curse, right? We just have it, but it's not like we're actually gonna use it. I'm new to PoE, playing as a witch currently in Act 2, but I'm so lost. I feel weak and don't know which armor is good. Sandstorm, you get to decide if you want to go full armor or full energy shield or a mix of those two. That's kind of like what you're looking at right now. If you're lost with a witch in Act 2, we do have a couple of videos that might help you. We also do have all our live streams up with our prior runs that might give you some inspiration on what to do. See, like, we have the curse here right now, but I would have to, like, pretty much use the curse. Like, I would have to see a bunch of enemies, then apply the curse up front, and then do damage. But if we choose to use fire damage, surprisingly, my sparks, and this might sound like so stupid, right? But my sparks are doing 3 to 63 lightning damage, and they do another 20 to 29 fire damage. So I do think that end of the day, they'll end up doing more fire than lightning damage. So that firewall might be the better choice straight up. Correct me if I'm wrong. I did the math one single time. Wasn't needed to do it more often, if I'm honest with you. That one single time already told me this makes sense. You're so smart, Pony. So, next patch is going to be really incredible, as you say, because a lot of these support gems, in case you missed it, like a lot of these lightning exposure, for example, so all those gems that do something really good and that have an extreme heavy penalty right now, they're planning on removing or lowering the penalty. That you're not like, oh man, I really don't want to take that bonus electrocution because it's minus 50% damage. They're probably going to cut that in half or completely remove that on a lot of the gems, which is a cool thing. Almost at a wolf with a chaos curse build. I can't wait to see the buffs. Do not go further than Act 1. So Afterglow, after you beat Act 1, stop playing your curse build and wait for the patch, because the patch, like in Act 2, it curse feels terrible. Right? By the way, if you ever feel like we should try out a support gem, don't hesitate to ask. Like, as someone just did with the, hey, what about Pierce on the fireball? If it's in my power, I'll try it out. I mean, even if I know it's not going to work, like, we're here to show you things, right? We're here to experiment with stuff. So you don't have to do it, right? So you don't have to waste your gems and everything for these things. That's what you got me for. So I am forced to experiment with it, and then you can be like, ha! I know it doesn't work because I've seen it on Mr. Ponyhoof's stream. And then they're gonna say, sir, this is a McDonald's. What's your order? So please mind your manners wherever you are in public. Thank you. Like some chicken nuggets. We had some chicken nuggets yesterday in our Winter Wonderland trip. It was good. So just an information for you. Yes, I had chicken nuggets. You don't. It's the origin story of your name. Well, I was young and stupid and thought Ponyhof sounded cool, so that's the short of it. The long of it, Ponyhof means pony farm. And there is a saying in Germany that means life ain't a pony farm. So life ain't a sunshine and rainbow place full of happiness, but why can we not have a little safe space in the internet like this, right? Why can't we have a nice little safe space for ourselves? I cannot do level 10 because I am too low level. I'm 1 level behind the curve. Do you also die to the fire breath every single time, Chad? Or is it just me? Am I just bad at the game? It's usually when he starts his fire breath, I get hit by it. I die. Let's put down the flammability curse. Wait, what? We broke that. What's this shit? Yeah. Sir, you're supposed to land here. Okay. Then don't do that. Could you please land on here? Did they somewhat change him to not land on there anymore? Did I miss a patch? Did we break him, Chad? There's a predetermined way how you're working, sir. And that is land on stupid thingies, do stupid things, and be annoying. Yeah. Stop changing your attack pattern. No one likes that. Are the ice balls getting inflamed? Yes, they are. In case you've ever asked yourself that. They are getting set on fire. So if you keep spamming him with ice balls, it works. Oh, I'm out of mana again. Oops. It happens more frequent than I feel comfortable with. I guess I need to make sure to actually pick up like an amulet or something that has mana regeneration on it. That would probably be preferred. You could pick up also bonus skills that would help here. That's boring. Uncut skill gems, Solar Orb, Frost Bomb, Ember Fusillade. We're not using that, so it is Solar Orb. Thank you very much. The tenors we can still not learn because we're too low level. The 2 support gems we don't need again. I just turbo slapped this boss with the ice waltz. Yeah, I wasn't interested in using ice waltz. Okay, the last 5 times the stupid soul orb has been on the left side. And since it has been on the left side, we're going to the left side to not find a single one. You know the rules. You know how this goes, right, chat? The last 5 times you've been here on this side. So, listen. Where are you going to be this time? Not on this side. Oh, are we surprised? I wish we were. So right now I feel very comfortable with the build. But I will admit that I feel we could squeeze out more boss damage. That being said, it's not like that the boss damage is an actual issue. We get it done. wonder if we wanted to have more. I think Spark is OP. No, Spark does exactly what it should do in combination with Firewall. So Spark alone wouldn't do the damage it does here. Spark alone would be good, but the combination of Firewall is what makes it good. And I think this is fine. Like, I could also just use Firewall with again Frost Bolt, and I could use Firewall just with the Fire Bolt as well. So it's not like that I don't have multiple options to do things. The advantage of the Spark is it is a lightning skill. And the more Spark I do to my opponent, at some point they'll be shocked. And if they're shocked, they take 20% more damage. Which is surprisingly... Wait, there's no soul orb here. Did I miss the road down? Are you gonna be kidding me? Monk can one-shot everything. Monk is certainly powerful. At some point. So it doesn't start powerful out of the house, but it gets really powerful down the line. Yes, Monk can one-shot things, which makes me kind of wonder, is that just intended the way it works, or is there some overtuned stuff happening as well? Because, yeah, yes, Monk is truly at the point where you're like, bam, 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 everything dead, and you're asking yourself, what the fuck? So don't worry. General sentiment. Oh, nice. Finally. Level 10. What are we going to do? That's Firewall again. Firewall adds up to 25 bonus damage to a skill. We can do... Do we do a cast on skill? We don't have the spirit for it anyways, so I might not bother picking it up right now. Like, we don't just simply cannot use a cast on. And we could probably use Cast on Ignite to cast Fireballs. Right? But I would need bonus spirit item for that. And I kind of would want to try it out to just have some random Fireballs be woven in the gameplay. The Fireball itself has a low cost, so it should work, I guess. Main thing I would want to do is just have my curse be cast automatically, so I don't have to take care of the curse. That's always my main gripe. I have to pay attention to that. Ranger's the best MO. Ranger is amazing. And works, like, Ranger is not very hard to put together. So you just need a dual string bow and then you're just zootin'. It's really nice. So Ranger feels good, Ranger is good, and Ranger is also very fun to play. Which is, I guess, one of the most important metrics. How much fun can I have with a class? Turns out with Ranger, the amount of fun you can have is tons. Tons. Is your stash shared with alts? Your stash is shared with alts? Yes. Your resources are shared. Everything is shared. Which makes it really cool because if you start an alt, you can straight up zoom him up. And I can give all my uniques to my alts and everything. I can use my currency orbs to boost my alt. I'm trying to not do this for you guys. So if I was just a gamer, not a streamer, I would use this to empower all my characters. I would equip him with all the killer uniques I found and whatsoever. But I'm trying to make an as native playthrough as possible where I don't rely on the resources that I have farmed already. So you also get a realistic playthrough of something that you could emulate. Because what does it help if I now equip like a certain item that completely makes the build OP? And I'm like, so yeah, from level on, you just need to pick up this item, right? Just use your 200 orbs of Exalted that you already have. Can you not use Blasphemy for perma-curse? For this build where I'm using all three elements, it might be super smart to use Blasphemy for perma-cursing. Yes. I mean, if you consider that I'm actually using lightning, fire, and ice right now, if I could use the flame ability and the fire, like all of these curses together, that would be great. But I don't actually know how much spirit you need to make this work. I've never looked into how blasphemy, like how much blasphemy does cost and what are the consequences of using too many spirit skills at the same time with blasphemy. I mean, if it was that simple, everyone would just use blasphemy, correct? Is corrupting gear necessary? No. But you can do some cool things with that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the one boss that a lot of people hate, Gojira. Again, in this boss, make sure you're just living inside of him. Anything else is just stupid. Hey, I rolled that. Uncool. I don't accept that you hit me there. Yeah, keep in mind, and this is like one stupid thing. The dude here, he, like, his hit is almost roundhouse. That's happened to me many times now. That he, like, hit me behind his body. Dude, he just got absolutely had. He got had. Like, he had no chance. That's quite the crazy fight. I love it. That was a really nice one. Come on, you can't tell me that wasn't cool. Where are my identification thingies? They're gone. Which act do you get your second spirit? In Act 3, you get the second 30 spirit, and then in Act 3, Cruel, you get even more spirit. Okay. I get a third gem slot on my bow as I put a... Wow, that's crazy. 3 gem slots with corrupting? That's nice. We hate you. Yeah, I said it. I said it for everyone in the chat. Casters using big ass shield is off to me. Well, the reason we're using a big ass shield is actually very simple because I haven't gotten a better focus. I mean, you use what you get, correct? You use what makes sense. And since I don't have anything else that makes sense, here we are. Using a big ass shield that we don't need or want. What else am I going to do? For the people, what is corrupting gear? Corrupting gear is using Val orbs. The red phase orbs. To corrupt your gear. The thing is, if you corrupt something, you cannot alter it anymore. Okay, so I could use this right now on my helmet and it could get a bonus socket. Random stat could double and things like that. Corrupting is as unpredictable as it gets, can lead to very fun results, could lead to ultimate happiness and you just hating the game afterwards. Choose your poison. If you want to do it or not. I wanted to regal this ring. Oh, that's a lot of resistances on that ring. That's a lot of resistances on that ring. I mean, that physical damage is sad, but honestly, like look at this. Cold, lightning, fire, all resistance. This is the most resistance any of my character has ever had. What is that? Stupid. Okay, increase maximum mana, increase cast speed. Oh, Lord, have mercy, Christ, Jesus the Almighty. +1 to all spell skills. Well, don't mind if I do, chat. Don't mind if I do. I cannot have another magic item because I'm stupid. Okay, now even more energy shield. And even more spell damage. And 14 to intelligence. Yeah, don't mind if I do. Okay, cool. See, when people say just trade, why would you trade if this is an option, chat? What the fuck? What did we just do? We just got another 51% spell damage and energy shield and +1 level to all spell skills. Well, hello there. Like that's not just some item. That's like, call me animal names, like, you know, kind of item. Keep in mind, in Act 2, I picked up this amulet, chat. This amulet had 20 maximum energy shield and +1 to all spell skills. I currently have +2 to all spell skills, just like this.
Stay wary.
That's quite nice. Okay, I like what we're doing here so far. I wanted to look into blasphemy. Blasphemy is tier 3, isn't it? Isn't blasphemy tier 3? Spirit gem I need for that. Gems. Blasphemy, okay. Socketed skills apply in an aura around you. Reserves 60 spirit per socketed curse. I can see what you're saying. I would need already 2 curses to make this work. That would be the only way how that works. But I'd rather use cast on Ignite, right? How much cast time does the fireball have? Cast time of a fireball is extremely long. So technically you would want to have a very low cast time skill on cast on Ignite to make that work. What's your favorite character to play? I still enjoy my witch the most from a straight gameplay enjoyment. That being said, as soon as I got to the mapping stage, the enjoyment of the witch dropped mainly due to movement speed restraints. Because obviously maps are all about just going fast through it and it's not about going slow through it. So that was a bit of a bummer with a witch because I truly enjoyed it. It's like fun to play, but if you gotta go like fast through something and you're essentially like just being hobbled by just being what you are, by just existing, that's eh. Okay, we just get so much damage bonus that no matter what skill we're using, everything just dies. That offhand is just not okay, ladies and gentlemen. What is this? This is how like one crafted item can change the trajectory of your game. I'm considering 50% more spell damage. I guess that's nice. Question though, would this 50% more spell damage would add to my sparks, but would the 50% more spell damage also increase the damage that the firewall is adding? Because that is a flat damage that's not actually bound to spell damage, I assume. So that only gets higher with skill levels, and since I increased the skill level by 1, we're also doing more damage like that. Warrior, we sadly haven't made a warrior yet. I'm still waiting for the Trials of Sakamash changes to hit. And right now, I think I choose the best way possible. I started with a minion build. Minion builds are still strong. They didn't get hit with the nerfs, so I didn't have to face anything there. Then we went over to a ranger. Also, my ranger build did not get hit with any nerfs. So right now, I have chosen to not play anything hilariously OP, and none of the builds I have done have been nerfed. I have to give a shout out, guys. I was watching a PoE streamer this morning and he made a build about an absolute broken build. A video about an absolute broken build with a Vine Arrow. And Vine Arrow is getting nerfed. And this morning, when I pulled up his video for my YouTube video to show like how broken it is, he actually put nerfed in the video title. He didn't have to do that. He could have just kept farming views and pretend that it still works, like, and not answer any questions, but he did. You know, like, I was impressed. You don't see that often in our business. I have played Warrior first. Worst decision ever. I switched to Monk and it's amazing. I do believe, and let's make a test here, Chad. Who's actually still with their first character? Who has leveled up their first character from 1 to the end? Do we want to corrupt something? I mean, here, we're going to put these boots away at some point anyway, so...
It's a form of harnessed corruption.
Nothing happened.
Still unpredictable.
Still on first. First charge 26. I think a lot of people stopped after Act 1 or at the Act 1 end boss. That's probably the main stopping point right now. So you play until the Act 1 end boss, you notice something ain't adding up, or I'm not enjoying it as much as I do, or I struggle. I'm totally not going into Act 2 with this. I guess that's probably the most stopped point right now, where people truly like, yeah, no, I like, yeah, that's it. Like, you're not here and not further. Rightfully though. I leveled to the endgame and started over, my man. Welcome to the endgame level over, gang. I'm happy to see that freaks like me exist all out there that just enjoy the level experience. I've actually seen many creators say they hated the campaign and they love the end game, and I was flabbergasted. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you, you imbecilic turd? I obviously said that in my head and never like said that out loud because that would be crazy.
I must admit, it is
How could you have hated the experience of the playthrough? Apart from Act 3. I have beef with Act 3, Chad. Very big beef. Because some of these maps are too big. Like, Act 2 map's great, Act 1 map's great, Act 3 is like, why do you hate me? What have I done to you to deserve this treatment? That's how I feel like when I play Act 3. Thank you, Yakuza, for that random nat for the 86 months of support, and Yakuza for chipping in as well, for enjoying the endgame. There's nothing wrong with enjoying the endgame. You're just weird. Is there going to be a campaign skip after completion for like D4? Sorry, can you repeat that slower? The thing with the campaign is, the campaign has a lot of optional stuff. That optional stuff gives you skill points, permanent resistances, and everything. And you can choose for every playthrough if you want to or want to not engage with that. Obviously, if you don't engage with it, what's wrong with you? Now, compare that to the Diablo 4 campaign skip. There's nothing bound to the Diablo 4 campaign, right? You do the Diablo 4 campaign or you don't do it, congratulations. So if Path of Exile would allow for a campaign skip, they would also have to give you all these things for free. Correct? Plus, there's nothing to do. So if you skip the campaign in Path of Exile, what are you going to do? You're just going to be brain dead mapping. There is, like, in Path of Exile, the campaign is the game. In Diablo, the game is the game, and the end game, or the end game, the activities are the game. But Diablo also does have activities, whereas Path of Exile, where the campaign is the game. And I have to admit, at the beginning of Path of Exile 1, I was a bit miffed about this. But the more I engaged with it, the more you get used to it, and you're kind of like, this makes sense. This is actually pretty good, the way how they set it up. Fireball, Solar Orb, Frostbomb, Sparks. No Sparks for more projectiles. I follow your Ranger build, but I am hesitant with what I want to go for passive clear bonus. You want to go for flat thingies, and why did I read your message? That killed me. Sorry. You want to go for flat bonuses when it comes down to the Ranger Quiver, because the flat bonuses are being multiplied up by your passive skill tree. So you're looking for physical damage bonus, you're looking for like lightning, fire, cold, whatever. Any kind of flat damage bonus is just being nicely multiplied up. Someone explained to me, oh, is the position of that core completely randomized? Because the core wasn't here before and now the core is here. Is it completely randomized? That'd be stupid. Like, actually stupid. I mean, I don't mind because I have it right now, so screw you. Suck it, nerds. Give me more loot. Don't mind if I take. Should be here right now. Good. Wait, what dropped there? There was a something drop noise, Chan. I need to return.
It appears this place now teems
A
with
gem cutter prism. Yeah, I totally did not want to miss that. Increase the quality of the skill gem. We've increased the quality of the spark, guys, because if I increase the quality of the spark, it gets more projectiles. So I don't know if I will play spark till the very end, but I really enjoy having that one already like 2 times gen cutter prism because Jesus. I mean, two more projectiles on the spark are nasty. Oh, that chest just respawned. Cool. I like it. You discovered me on YouTube on the Black Panther LMG build, and I love it! That's still my favorite one, sir. Give me that soul core. Favorite boss, ladies and gentlemen? I hope we can all agree that he's just an absolute banger design. Like, stepping out of the wall anyways already, killer. Look at the lightning damage because we're bouncing off the wall, Chad. So what's happening here is that we have the wall behind him. And as we're throwing the sparks through him, they'll pierce him, bounce off the wall, instantly hit him again. And I am yet unsure what happens if a projectile passes through the flame wall twice. Because technically, you pass through the wall to deal bonus damage. But what happens if you pass through the wall again? Would you deal even more bonus damage? I mean, technically, it never gave a limit to how many times or how often or if there is a penalty to it or not. So technically, should. Yeah, I don't think it just gets infused. I am absolutely with you. Once infused, it is infused. But I would prefer if there was a way to daisy chain that. You know, put down more firewalls, more damage. Okay, let's me put all that shit away. I got way too much of this. Should we get our second Ascendancy points? What level are we? 37 now. 37, even though we are mage, wouldn't work right now. That would just lead to eternal sadness. Comet. No, we're not going to go with Comet. Maybe we go for Firestorm. Firestorm seems good. It's not a channel, right? Firestorm is just you put it down and it works. So that's a good option. Right now, I have to say my favorite skill is Frostbomb. That is so easy to weave in what you're doing, and it just goes insane. Loved your video on the patches. Thank you, Fearless. I like to make videos about all kinds of topics, not just like build videos, right? I just like to make videos. It's fun. Oh, put it in.
Now, let me access these waterways.
Most annoying map is about to start, ladies and gentlemen. Can I have a hell yeah, amen, Jesus Christ, please? Very loud, yelling it wherever you are. Because seriously, the waterways are my single most hated map. Due to the way just how the map is set up and that you can't shortcut it. So there's no way to cheese this. There's no way to run like a faster route, to maybe be lucky and find the exit, to get like to the spot where you want to be quicker. It's like you gotta activate every single lever. You gotta go through every single canal. What level are we? We're currently level 37. This is our first playthrough. We are a couple of hours deep with the character right now. This is my fastest I've been, so we're 7 hours deep currently. With my ranger, I took 12 hours to beat the campaign first time. So 12 hours. And right now, as it looks with the Sorc, if I keep this pace up, like another hour plus or so, and we should be done already. That would be like 3 to 4 hours faster. I don't think we're gonna die much because our damage output is just insane, frankly spoken, and the gameplay loop is just very secure. Again, with level 38, I maybe want to change something with a new weapon, but I'm not sure if I can actually put my weapon off because we got a unique item that I wanted to try out. The good thing is we can actually just try that out. The unique item is a wizard wand, and that wizard wand is going to give me Ember Fusillade on skill cast. So I would pretty much just get free Ember Fusillades. Now I need to figure out how to most certainly make the best use of that, as I'm not entirely sure how to yet do this. Curse you, firewall you, freeze you, and then just throw sparks. So we get this. Let me show you. Is it possible to combine gems to make higher level ones? No, you just gotta find higher level gems. What we're talking about is this beautiful piece of equipment, ladies and gentlemen. Uniques, and we got the Dusk Vigil. Increased spell damage, 8 life per enemy killed, 25 increased mana regeneration, and then you get Trigger Ember Fusillade skill on casting a spell. And this would allow you to pummel out Ember Fusillade like crazy. My problem is right now, this is a staff. I would be losing 47% spell damage, 51% spell damage, 1 to all spell skills. Would be losing 1 to all fire spell skills, 45% fire spell damage, then 14% increased cast speed. So as much as I wanted to use that item to really see if it actually does something, it's kind of like, so I cannot do that. What am I wearing for gloves? What is this? 24 armor, 14 energy shield. Those are my gloves. Am I okay? No, I'm not. I'm gonna gamble some gloves right now because I'm just mad at what we have there. What's your second weapon set? I don't dabble with 2 weapon sets. Okay, I want energy shield gloves. Everything is better when I have right now, so there we go. And that brings us up to 600 energy shield, which is kind of nice. I mean, 1,200 life seems decent to me. Okay, more skill points. We're still not sure if the bonus projectiles was it, guys. So don't worry. We picked up this one here currently for another 20% chance to cast bonus projectiles. And technically, I did do this the wrong way. We should probably refund these 2 points to just go full on. So this is another 32% chance to launch 2 more projectiles, and I feel like that's more damage. What support gems are you using on Spark? Very simple, pierce, to pierce through enemies that they come on the backside to hit again. So they don't hit once, they hit twice. Okay. And on top of pierce, we are using the Arcane Surge. Because with Arcane Surge, you're spamming Spark to deplete your mana pool, and then you're getting Arcane Surge. That being said, since I ascended, I do actually have Arcane Surge. Thank you, chat, for reminding me. You're so smart. I think you're actually not only smart, you're also incredibly well hung or tight, whatever you feel like being. So, Arcane Surge doesn't make sense anymore because we're permanently Arcane Surged. Since we choose that. Which means I can actually put Arcane Surge off and we can go with another interesting one. Huh. Any recommendations? Pierce, we already have Pierce. Spark. We could just simply go for Rising Tempest again for more damage per elemental type we've been using, as we actually do use a lot of elemental types. That'd be nice. I would prefer something that doesn't hire the cost multiplier because I hate hiring the cost multiplier. It stings. It is so annoying. Arcane Tempo, of course. Arcane Tempo is on a different skill. It's on my firewall, so we get the firewall up faster because the cast time of the firewall is atrocious. I know it sounds crazy, but it works well. Don't underestimate that one. Well, we could probably go for Cursing Currents, but Cursing Currents would do the same, so it kind of like stings. And there's nothing I really want to use. Makes me sad. I mean, you could do Strip Away. Exposure applied by supported skills has 30% increased effect. You know what? Let me just try Rising Tempest and see how much I'm rinsing myself out of mana cost. The Spark itself is like a very low mana ability, so 120% increase is actually okay. The green gem for the projectile speed is pretty good. The green gem for projectile speed is very nice, considering that the lifetime of the projectiles is actually not that much. But right now, I essentially just have to do Flame Wall and Frost Bomb, and I'm already dealing a 36% more damage. That makes sense, correct? I wonder, this is a big wonder. So, if my Spark passes through the firewall, and my Spark deals another 27 to 38 added fire damage, but then my Spark is doing 36% more damage, wouldn't that 36% more damage also multiply up the fire damage? Or am I just missing something? My brain keep braining right now. I mean, it would only make sense to me. Because it adds the fire damage. Then it adds the multiplier. Are you planning to switch Spark for Arc when you get it? What's Arc? And right now we plan to stick with Spark for the time being, together with our fire support skills, because they work very well. The bonus fire damage gets mitigated by resistance. Yeah, but that's what we have flammability for, to prevent that. Viability. Arc is like chain lightning. Well, I don't see a reason to so far swap away from this in any capacity. Ah, get away. That's a tier 10 skill. We haven't used frost bolts in a while. And we still have them, and we can still use them to freeze something if people try to overwhelm us, right? And they do tons of damage regardless. I mean, it's actually nasty how much damage they still do. Why no socket on your items yet? You mean on my equipment? Because I don't need it. I mean, main reason is I just simply don't need it. There's no struggle. If I ever feel like I take too many hits, I die too much, or I take too much damage, I would put sockets on my items. But I usually go with as bare bone as is until I'm in need of an upgrade. I try to get my weapons up. I try to get my jewelry to a decent level, but then I just stick with it and just rock and roll. On the elemental damage part on the tree, why not go down one from the shock target to also get the bonus to ignited enemies? Wait, we can check out what you're saying. With the passive skill tree, I'm absolutely open for, like, if you see anything in the passive skill tree and you feel like, sir, I know a node that could help your build, please tell me. We all know the passive skill tree is big, and I'm not claiming to be a Path of Exile building master. Actually, far from. I can make highly functional builds that will carry you through the game. Will I make the best endgame builds in existence? No, but I'm also don't claim to, nor am I interested to. I'm just here to make fun, highly functional builds that are enjoyable to play. Mr. Snowmeaser. Thank you for your support. I hope I didn't butcher that. Thank you for the 2 gifted. Morcati also, thank you for the 180 bitty titties. So we can check your note that you're saying, sir. We might have actually taken it in case you missed it. So let's open up the path of building. You are talking about the... We're talking about this one. So we have increased elemental damage if you ignite, if you shock, and if you freeze, which we're doing. So we get the elemental damage there. Which fire node bonus would you mean? I mean, there is... Yeah, we got them all. For Spark, you really should get skill effect duration nodes and projectile speed nodes to right the whole top right of the whole tree. I don't think we need it right now, Adwall. And again, we're not planning to keep up with the Spark forever. I do see what you're saying. So what Adwall is saying, chat, is if you increase the duration of the Spark being alive, because right now the Spark is alive for 2 seconds. If you keep the Spark longer alive, it's piercing longer, it's being longer on the field, it has more chance to go back, all that kind of stuff. Are you going Stormweaver? Yes, we have gone Stormweaver because Stormweaver is the best way to play in the beginning. What we choose on Stormweaver is here, a simple Arcane Surge. 10% cast speed, 20% mana regen, done. It's the single best increase of damage. I was thinking about going for Elemental Storm because I kind of like the idea of Elemental Storm, and it's kind of like cool as I use all 3 elements in the way how I'm doing things. I'm not sure if the Elemental Storm is in any way actually worth it. Maybe against bosses if you put it down, because I don't see it like being used for clearing very much. That's the idea. D-Box, don't be sorry for missing something. I mean, you're always like, as I said, if you have something you would like to say it. Appreciate that. Don't hold back or hesitate. We're level 38. We could technically do our second Ascendancy, but I'm not going to be greedy. Let's push for... I would say let's push at least for 40. And then give it a try.
Beyond this, I recommend
The Archmage skill gem at level 58. I don't know what that gem is and what it does. So we'll see. There is still a lot to learn. I mean, right now, the build concept that we figured out is definitely working more than well to get us to the point where we're at. I wanted to have a powerful build to push through the campaign. Done. And it's not only a powerful build, it's also one where I haven't really struggled at any corner, so that's nice. That's a very enjoyable gameplay loop. These are very important check marks for me to hit. I want a fun gameplay loop that's not too tedious to do, right? I want to be able to pull it off really simple, like doing the firewalls and the sparks is really simple. Doing the ice bomb on top versus bosses is really simple as well. So the power speaks for itself in that regard. And then we get to now figure out where to go with this. Level up fast? Well, I'm zooming, sir. But it helps when you have a build that can push through the maps, because that is something that a lot of, like, either you have a build that's really good at boss killing, taking out single targets or something, but you gotta be zooming through the parts of the maps, right? We gotta make quick progress through this, through enemies. Preferable killing them all while we're doing that. But we really don't want to be held back much. As being held back much just means we're gonna die. So now Frost Orbs. Haven't used them in a while, but I'm not gonna say they're useless because they're coming in extremely handy here to slow down this whole mob slew of enemies. That was the perfect example why Frost Orb is still insane. And as soon as like a more sturdy opponent comes, I'm pulling out all stops, right? I'm pulling out the frost bombs. I got my solar orb running, but until then, never, because why would I? Like they are not opposing any threats where I would need to pull out all stops. When we're going, we're going. Okay, there is no fire temple here. I want to choose a game to play. Diablo 4 Path of Exile. I would highly recommend you to play both games. Right now, Path of Exile is the better choice for the time being because Diablo is at the given point until Season 7 has no new content, for example. So you would play a game that's waiting for content, while Path of Exile is chock full of content. Currently, I have, like, this is my third character on the way to level 70, okay? Considering that I play highly optimal, highly optimized, and I'm like, you know, playing good. I have invested how many hours in total now? I think we're locking in for 100 hours. And 100 hours in this case would be 3 classes to 70 out of 6 classes. So I have way more to do. And it's not only just 3 classes. It's me not really engaging much with the end game. I haven't tried out every single build. So there's still a ton of builds to try out. I haven't tried out a lot of uniques. So the breadth and scope of the content is definitely there. If you did then enjoy the kind of content available. Gargantuan mana flask, my ass. Level 40, I am again behind curve. Why do you hate me, game? Why am I consistently behind curve, ladies and gentlemen? What am I doing wrong with my life? Okay, what does that unique item do? We get ourselves a Sigil Crest Shield. Wait, don't tell me that's the Spirit Shield. People keep telling me there's a shield that has Spirit on. It's the Spirit Shield! Whee! Oh, that's so good. I'm so happy right now. I've been waiting for you, you little shit. Einke, thank you for the 93 months of support. Einke, great to see you there, partner Rooney. Happy to host you. Welcome here. That Spirit Shield is an insane minion level build shield. If you plan to level a minion build, there you go. That shield is what you want. Yeah, you thought you're it, but you're not it. You're hot shit. Einke, thank you for the long-term subscriptions. Merry Christmas, sir. What is in the future if there is any so we're gonna get act 4 to 6. So instead of act 1 to 3 and then act 1 to 3 again, we're gonna get act 4 to 6. That is what's coming. Then on top of that is what's coming. There's another 6 classes with each 3 ascendancies, and each of the existing classes will get another ascendancy. So potentially another way how to completely alternate between the playstyle, because let's be fair, the ascendancies do allow for different playstyles, especially when it comes down like to minion gameplay. Then, well, on top of the 6 classes that are actually coming, there is skills coming. So every class is coming with a new weapon type: daggers, maces, axes, so all of the kind of stuff. And all these weapon types are coming with more skills, and not every skill is always bound to the weapon type, obviously. Some skills can be used unarmed, some skills can be used with any weapon. So there is a buttload of variety coming that potentially can be used with multiple classes, especially considering also your bonus weapon thingies, right? You can use more weapons than just one weapon. So the amount of awesomeness that there is just waiting around the corner is huge. I hope you understand why that is good, what it means, and what is there all to come. Okay?
Garukan's grace, what is that smell?
I would say this sounds pretty damn good. But on tempo on Sparks, very good. I think our Sparks are doing good right now. Shall we teleport out? And we're gonna put that shield away. Minion build galore. Gavatarn, welcome back, brother. I haven't seen you in a while, or I just missed your chat. Sorry for that. Gavatarn, welcome back, brother, man. 116% increased spell damage. 33% increased mana regeneration. Holy. I mean, if my 2 items didn't give me more, I would totally take that chiming staff, but that's kind of cool, not gonna lie. That's a lot of shebang, sir. 2 more skill points. What were we looking at? We were looking at going for... Well, technically, I should really go for more energy shield with this node, because it's like, this is 100% more energy shield, which is actually insane. I could also increase my energy shield starts faster regenerating, and that would probably be good as well, as I just am more tanky, like through the ages. So I'm probably gonna feel like doing this one right now. Pelku, thank you for your subscription and support, Mr. Pelku. Very good to see you there, partner. Watched you all the time when you stopped the Warzone content. Welcome back, sir. That's why we're the Variety Gamer, because you build up a variety of communities that like to meet up. My greatest funness right now, or my greatest achievement as a creator, if you want to call it that, is seeing people say what you just said. That they used to watch me for game X, and now they're here for game Z. That is a personal pride of mine, as it just shows that you're creating consistent good content throughout the games that people do appreciate and would like to watch. So thank you. That's far too kind. And I have no complaints. Is there any guild dungeons planned? No. No, 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 no. This is not, they're not going to do the same mistake that Diablo did, where they're going to force you to multiplayer. I don't see that in the future of Path of Exile in any capacity. Okay, we gotta look for the Ember, for the Molten Vault here in the top corner. It should probably be there. I've had a mutation of this map before, and it was exactly looking like that, with the Molten Vault in that corner. So we're gonna look in that direction now. Mr. Superstar with a 3 years. Howdy, Superstar. To you too. Same as to Gavatarn. Must have missed a lot of your chats, or haven't just seen you in a while. Get fucked. Did we forget to fill up our flask? Yes, we did. Why are you asking, chat? You know this. You know I'm stupid. You know I teleported back to town to refill my flask to just forget about it. Don't you put me on the spot like that. True gamers appreciate the variety in gaming content. I would totally agree with you. Okay, the Molten Vault is not here, despite it should be here. I am not happy. The Molten Vault gave you... Did the Molten Vault give you... No, wait. Last time I did the Molten Vault, I was so angry at it because it didn't give me a skill point. I remember the Molten Vault was disappointing, and I tend to only do it because I like the boss fight. That's like the only reason why we keep doing it, because the boss fight is like fun. Is there a way to increase spirit? Yes, I just found a shield that increases my spirit. You can find amulets that increase your spirit. You can find chest pieces that increase your spirit. So increasing your spirit is quite simple. You just need to find the right stuff. That being said, if you're not finding the right stuff, get screwed over. Items only. Well, there's 3 quests to increase your spirit. 2 times the same quest, 1 time a single quest from Act 1 to Act 3. These 3 quests will increase your spirit permanently by 100, which I do think is a good way of doing it. It allows classes to use the spirit abilities without going out of their way to use the spirit abilities. So that makes sense, in my opinion. Okay, counterclockwise spiral. The apex of filth, and I repeat this every single time because I want you to learn this. I had to learn it the hard way. Is either a clockwise or a counterclockwise spiral. And with that in mind, you know how to play this level. Because you're going to have to push around, and then around, and then around again. This is the way to the boss. That means I gotta go here and then around. Okay, found it. You still forget to fill this flask? Now we have enough right now. I forgot to fill my flask at the start, yes, but now we have enough to just keep blasting. And I need just a minimal one that I could survive the first hit, and then afterwards we'll just kill everything anyways. Not like anything has a chance against us. I was expecting to drop the spark sooner or later, but the spark fireball combo is just too powerful to even remotely think about dropping it. Any fellow sorcs in the chat that could tell me what skill they have been using at this point? Because right now I would want to use other skills, but none of it is damage-wise equivalent to what we're doing here. I mean, sure, we tried out the fireball and it's fun, but it just couldn't live up to the reality of Spark being the superior gamer. Oh wow, you almost had me there, lads. And that's why I'm gonna have to kill you all now. Because you almost killed me. Orb of Storms with Arc and Spark. Lightning Warp when I need to save a life. Yeah, see, that has never been an issue for me right now. Like, I've seen people play Frost Nova and I was like, what for? I mean, just do more damage. Ite chat? Just do more damage. By the way, the bonus projectiles on the Frost Orb are crazy. Look at this. That's five Frost Orbs, chat. We have bonus projectiles over our skill tree, and I'm still not sure if it's actually worth it, but considering that we're actually throwing out sparks at like 1 spark per millisecond, I felt like that the bonus projectiles might be good. Fireball into Frost Wall. Is it working well? It feels like that Fireball into Frost Wall is the inferior Spark Firewall. Like, right, you get this explosion, I understand, but you're probably just doing less damage than Spark. I do sincerely enjoy the idea of the gameplay loop, though. Okay. I really did not appreciate being stuck there. More inward spiral. Why are we not picking up the mushrooms? The mushrooms are annoying and they stuck in your inventory. And it's not even like a good bonus. It's like just a bonus. Here we come, lady. And we're there. That was quick, ladies and gentlemen. Apex have filled through. Movement speed. Oh, don't need that. This arena is not like so good for the build because we are essentially having like not so much space to spark her multiple times in a row. Oh, that almost had me. Lady, you're standing next to a wall. That was a mistake! Ah! She walked next to a wall. It's like, just do it. Just walk next to the wall. Would you please?
At least it was
Yeah, just stand right there. Don't move a second. Currently using the same trial element build and use Frostball over Frostbomb as enemies are dumb and attack them instead of you. Huh, interesting. I just like the amount of balls being thrown out. Do you use an item filter? I use the never sync item filter, which just highlights some things without really making them go crazy. It's just a bit more vision over no vision. Oh, level 11 skill? Good, we can do Firestorm.
Firestorm to rain flaming bolts upon your enemies. If there are ignited enemies around you when you cast Firestorm, you will consume their ignites to cast more powerful bolts.
Okay.
You can have only one Firestorm active at a time. Comet calls down a massive icy chunk from the sky.
Yeah, I don't want to do that because it doesn't fit my playstyle.
Cast Firestorm to rain flaming ball lightning projectiles repeatedly damage nearby enemies. They are very effective for applying shock. Lightning warp can be used on these projectiles to teleport to them and cause a lightning explosion.
Nah, it's boring. So I want to have a Firestorm that I can just weave in. If we had a point to actually put Firestorm in. Amber Fusillade. Have to go. Flammability, Frostbomb. Fireball can go out for Firestorm. Okay. What support do we do on the Firestorm then? Oh, you could give Firestorm the Hourglass. That's wait. No. There's another one like Hourglass. What it was called? It was called. Was it Expanse? Your support skills have more area of effect and they get more cooldown. So you can only make one. The storm duration is 6 seconds. So technically, if you just make the area of effect bigger, you just get it at 6 seconds cooldown, right? I guess? Doesn't hurt. Are in Act 1? No, we're not in Act 1. We're currently in Act 3. Any other thing for the Firestorm that you would like to see, ladies and gentlemen? Splinter. Fire penetration, I guess. Yeah. At one point you said, oh, so what I said about the weaving is very simple. So I can hold down W for sparking. And if I now press E, firewall. If I press right click, frost bomb. If I press T, firestorm. And while I R for this, and while I have been doing this, I've never let go of W, okay? So I've held W down the whole time. I've never not pressed W. Solar orb. Make sense to you? You're looking for Cascade. Wait a second. Let me check what Cascade was. As I said, if you feel like you want to recommend something, recommend it. We're not going to yell at you. It's Cascade of 3. Okay, spell Cascade. Supported skill have less area of effect. Cascade from supported skills have 20% less area of effect. Supported skill deal 30% less damage. Also affect areas on either side of the targeted area along a random axis. Huh? Yeah, no, that's stupid. I don't need that. Have you tried WASD movement? Yeah, it hurts my wrist.
Let's get this over with.
Now, I just don't see the reason to play that, as I don't need the Firestorm permanently. We only need the Firestorm, like, in boss fights, most likely.
This feeling, like the desert sun. It fiercely burns.
It burns! Ah, it burns! Sorry. Okay, let's take it a step slower. While the burning burns. Couldn't spam my potion enough to like avoid the damage and the burn. You see, there's the Firestorm. It was nicely like woven into without having to do much. Yeah, I like that. I like that Firestorm. That's nice. That's just bonus DPS. But it's obviously a bit useless in this area because we're in the Temple of Fire dudes that take less fire damage. Oh, that was lucky that we already found the stairs. The Temple of Fire dudes. So there's a split here. One is with a coffin, the other one without the coffin. And I think the other one without the coffin is always the one that leads to the next area. while the one with the coffins is always the one that does not lead to the next area. Because the other one ends in a dead end 99% of the times. Oh my god, laser beam, Kamehameha, everything. Like, this whole area is meant to be like this very fancy-pantsy area where you're working your way through and you're having like some epic fights and you're just like, nah. Nah. We're good. Like, we appreciate you offering up this area, GGG, like, no hard feelings, but like, just don't. Okay, let's have him fire thingy. Oh, sorry. I might have ignored you actually being able to do that. Anyone know where to get the level 60 barrier for Ascendance 3? Yeah, it drops random. Random. Play the game, have fun, find it, get mad that you don't find it, then be happy if you find it. Oh shit, I'm sorry, I'm just looking at my skills right now. I'm actually not looking at what he does. It's like just completely ignoring what he can actually do for the sake of just looking at my skills. Sir, you're not allowed to like walk out of my cool things. There you go. I avoided it. Are you happy, chat? I paid attention. I told you I could do it. Oh, sorry. I was about to not pay attention again.
You will see. Touch of Copac.
Oh, I'm out of mana again. I feel that like bonus elemental damage that I put on the spark, that one is truly doing a number on me right now. You good there, sir? Hee Very good, Chad. Very good. Bonus accuracy rating ring with increased mana regeneration. Give me that mana regeneration. Okay, level 11 spark would be a damage increase, but again, the firewall is just more.
Val ingenuity never ceases to...
I guess putting that one on is greedy, chat. The Rising Tempest. But it works. By the way, Frostbomb does 2,000 damage at this point. Well, I'll be damned. That's quite the surprise. I wasn't expecting you to do that much damage. I mean, no wonder we can use the Frostbomb to, like, go crazy. After Act 3, we can finally start applying Jeweler's Orbs too, because you get the currency exchange, and that gives you enough to just have Jeweler's Orbs for everything.
We're back in the encampment? I can't believe...
Hello, Oswald. He gave me the quest for the Molten Vault, but again, the quest for the Molten Vault creates a skill gem, and that's it. Yeah. You actually think the Molten Vault is great, because I think that too every single time. I'm like, oh, the Molten Vault, yeah, finally. And I was like, fuck. It's so bad. Should we do the Ascendancy right now, chat? With level 41. Level 41 would be the earliest I've done it on any character. But I kind of feel like we're at the point where we could do some stupid shit. So, raise your hand for stupid shit. How do you know what to pick in the skill tree? On those transport nodes like strength, dex, and so on, you need to pick whatever you need for support gems. I pick in so I can keep leveling up my gems, and I have enough dex, 10 right now, and strength 15, to use my strength and dex support gems. Because that's how it works. You need enough strength and dex to use your support gems. If you don't have enough strength and dex, you cannot use your support gems. It's a little bit how it works. Monster stupid shit. Yeah, I feel like we can be definitely getting the boss fights done very simple. Okay, what we got here? Runes appear, deadly lightning, critical hit. Not here. The deadly lightning is actually really okay there. You just have to not get hit by deadly lightning, chat. Simple as is. I feel like they could have said no to these animations because the animations prolong the whole spawning process like unnecessarily. Right now, I'm waiting to already send Timothy, Dave, Francis to the lobby, and then they'll do that to me. Okay, as much as I wanted to add the fireball, a firestorm to the rotation, I feel like it's not doing anything for us. You know, maybe we should add firestorm. And it's like, I feel like it's not doing anything for us. I'm better off not using it. You know what's giving me the absolute edge here in these fights right now? Why we're doing so much damage? It's the simple, like, +2 spell levels from the chain around my neck. Here we get +1 to all spell skills, +1 to all spell skills. That truly gives me an edge because 2 more levels on all spells. That's nasty.
Don't get overconfident.
Rare monsters have additional modifiers. Yeah, sure, whatever.
Selection breeds the mightiest foes.
I feel like that is the most inconsequential one. Because what do you care for 2 more modifiers? Sure, they could be nasty. But if you're not able to handle an elite at that point, you're doomed anyways. There's throwing ice balls everywhere. I feel like with my current mana regeneration predicament, I should probably remove my points for the energy shield recharge faster. And I should move them into more mana regeneration. What do you think, Chan? Because there's a node I wanted to take mana regeneration wise now for a while. But I have not done it for no apparent reason, but that I felt like it's not needed. But considering where we stand right now and that I do want to use this skill for the bonus elemental spell weaving fun, I think it might be time to actually take that one. I mean, how much mana regeneration do we have currently? We're sitting at... Total recovery is 133. No, we get like 27 mana regeneration. Oh, shit. I should have paid attention. Let's do that quickly and pay attention. Uno momento, chat, before we go for the next one. Because instead of taking these 3, what I was thinking about is 1, 2, 3. If I should take these 3, that is 10% more shield, 10% more shield, and 18, 12, and 6. So this is an intelligence multiplier, which is great. Then mana regeneration, so that's a total of 24% mana regeneration plus a huge chunk of energy shield bonus. And I feel like that might add up nicely to what we're doing. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, that brings us up to 33 mana regenerated per second. That's 6 mana more per second.
I hope your next attempt will be more
I guess.
favorable.
Monsters gain chaos damage. Rare monsters have the modifiers again.
It's the mightiest foe.
Even though that might have been what just killed me there because I didn't pay attention. It's like this animation where he now summons things. That's like 21, 22, 23, 24. I'm not saying that's what is a deal breaker, but it's kind of like you want to play already, and especially if you keep repeating these trials. I feel like a lot of these elements that were added for atmosphere are okay on the first time doing it, but if you then do it multiple times, you're kind of like, can we not? Anyone else? Just me? Superior Colossal Flask. Yeah. Mind if I do? It's like nice if I see it the first time I enter the Temple of Chaos, you just keep these animations active. But if the game registers I'm in the second time Temple of Chaos, just cut them out. I really don't need to see this anymore, right? I don't need to see like all the fancy stuff going on. I'm like, second time. I'm pissed because I have to do it again. By the way, do we have any complaints about the Temple of Chaos? Any feedback for the Path of Exile guys? The Temple of Chaos, I feel like it's okay-ish, apart from the boss imbalance.
So early.
An invulnerable shade stalks you, volatile on death, blood hearts appear that apply tethers. Okay, the volatiles on death, that's definitely gonna kill me. Do their buffs contribute overall second weapon slot? No, second weapon slot works following. You might, for example, have a skill that uses your second weapon slot, and when you then press that skill, it will swap to your second weapon to allow you to use the second weapon slot. Now, if you're doing that, for example, you can play a ranger and you can have a crossbow in your second weapon slot, and then whenever you use the crossbow ability, he will actually swap to your second weapon and then go for the crossbow ability. Okay? So that's how that works. So then you get your 10 strength. Exactly. So your second weapon does not apply any bonus unless you have it directly equipped. Which is good because it would be stupid to be forced to always carry 2. I mean, like, imagine this for a second. Like if the second weapon would contribute stat-wise, then all the content would have to be balanced around that being a thing. And that means that you don't only have to find one good weapon, you always have to find 2 good weapons. Because then one good weapon would obviously, or like, it would be OP if you have 2 good weapons and the content wasn't like balanced for this kind of gameplay. Does that make any sense? Okay, these volatile on death is just like the most horrible thing in existence, and I hate it. I don't want it. So today I learned that I just died to this volatile on death as it hunts you down. That's just bullshit. I don't want to do that again. Okay, Temple of Chaos at level 41 might be a bit greedy, but I'm totally here to still get it done. Because why wouldn't we? How's the game so far? Any good of time investment, or are there currently other better games our hands on? I couldn't name you a single one. Monsters inflict grasping vines on head. Grasping vines or what? Masterminds that slow character movement by 8%. Oh yeah, sure, that's totally fine. I'll just not get hit. What's the worst thing that could happen? That our movement speed goes to 0? Oh shit. So right now, Chases, I wouldn't even know what to play. If I was not playing this right now, I would probably just play the Bazaar. As Diablo right now obviously does not have any like interesting patches. There's no cool single player games out. Like I would generally not know what to sink my teeth in as a creator. I mean, maybe Marvel Rivals, but I really don't want to play Marvel Rivals, as that's just Overwatch with Marvel characters. And honestly, if I just want to play Overwatch with Marvel characters, I guess I'll play Overwatch and imagine I'm Spider-Man. And that being said, I don't want to play Overwatch. Diablo 4 has Goblin Christmas. Yeah, so nothing. But it's nice that they made an event, don't get me wrong, but is the event gonna make you lock into Diablo? I mean, I'll lock in to claim the free skins, but I won't lock in to play. That's a certainty. Marvel Rivals is incredible compared to Overwatch. I heard about that. I heard that Marvel Rivals is good. But again, not like what we're looking for. Oh no. Please come down. Chat, my run is over. We put it up. I played like 14 hours of Marvel Rivals and it's insanely fun. Came out at the same time, so I have 110 hours in PoE now. Yeah, you have a problem, sir. A good problem. Your mobility sling is ending up with an error page. Let me double check. Copied. That should be fixed. Try again. Challenge areas contain turrets that will periodically fire light. That one is bullshit. Rings of doom appear on the ground, which grow over time, exploding for physical damage once they reach maximum area. That sounds like it's going to be absolutely atrocious, and I hate it.
Where you stand.
Oh wow, that's ginormous. Why is that ring so big? What the fuck? Can you even get out of the ring? Hello? Okay, let's never take that one again as well. You have to go in the middle. So the middle has no damage. Is that what you're saying? You can stand in the middle as a donut. Yeah, see, like, right now this seems like you're trolling me. Right? Don't get me wrong, this seems like the middle is where the most damage is and you're gonna die. Hey, Pony, you just gotta go in the middle. Oh my god, lol. Look, he's listening to us. He's gonna walk in the middle of the circle. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. Hey, look at the streamer, he's so stupid. He believed us. Well, luckily you weren't lying to me, so thank you, chat. I appreciate you not being deceiving scoundrel liars. That's really kind of you. I do duly prefer that. Okay, so now we picked up this bonus energy shield, which is nice. We could still go back to pick up the faster recharge rate, but now I feel like we shouldn't do that on top of the bonus energy shield that we picked up. So we're just going to be happy with the energy shield. Are runes currency? No, the currency is exalted orbs. I have so many beginner questions. Well, feel free to ask. That's what the community is there for. Monsters cannot be slowed or stunned. I'm not really slowing or stunning anyone, so I guess it's fine. Correct? I mean, I'm slowing them, but I'm freezing them and not stunning, so I guess that counts. Oh, this one is a horrible one. I hate it. This is probably the stupidest one of all of them, Chad, because it is the one where you have to find the Val orbs. And sometimes these are spread out like a Sherlock Holmes puzzle of doom. You're gonna be like, oh yeah, probably no problem finding these orbs. Yeah, no problem finding these orbs. Deeds nuts. There's sometimes you gotta go here to pull lever Z, then you gotta go up on position X to move to Zeta, and after being at Zeta, you need to hand in formula Gamma, and this is where you will then receive the ring that you'll have to slot into the next possible occasion to be able to activate the Soul Core. Yeah. No problem. Only here to help. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's quite unlucky having like this area explode into you while you're stuck on a... Oh, no. What the fuck did you just do for damage there? He was just swinging his like little tiny fire, whatever that was, his fire bolas, and it was just ramping up the damage. Holy mother of Christ. What a hater. Okay, back we go. And afterwards, we're gonna meet the boss, Chad. Okay? So this is the end game now. Done. Level 42. Let's hope we get the Chimera, because again, the Chimera is easy, while the other two bosses are a challenge. They can just one-hit you. Act 3, stupidly large. Yes, but if you know how to traverse most of the areas, it's going really fast. Okay, mobs gain extra damage as chaos damage, and that's only 20%. It should be fine. Oh no, not him.
Yes, let's begin.
So the biggest problem is that he has a one-hit ability like that. Like that. I learned that the hard way. And this is going to take you out. What are you doing? We don't appreciate it. Whatever it is you're doing, we don't appreciate it at all. Yeah, sure. Just poop me with your lightning. That's what we said, like, right? He's just in comparison to the other thing, he's harsh. Okay, but we can do it. Right? I don't have to wait for level 50. Sure, that was annoying to die there right now, but we can totally get it done. Worst boss in the place. Honestly, the problem wasn't the boss, really. It was the ground rune. The ground rune was really ruining us for us there. Monsters inflict bleeding and poison. Yeah, we don't care. I do feel like the Trial of Chaos things are crazy. Sorg is so hard after nerf. No, Sorg is not so hard after nerf. Sir, Sorg is so easy. Like, this is my fastest campaign playthrough yet with any class. We're also doing a piece of content that I do with all my other characters at level 50 with level 42. And we're succeeding. Or this is not like the moment to say Sorc is so hard after nerf. Also, that nerf only contributed to the comet. Like, I have not played the comet yet at all. Nor am I planning to actually touch the comet. I'll probably never do the trials because you have to redo them whenever you die. It is painful and it is annoying and it's totally legit to say fuck this shit. I can only recommend doing this just heavily over-leveled, both of them, because there's no reason to not do it. Again, the trials of Sekhmet at level 25 are super easy, let's be fair. If you do have a, well, if you're not melee. If you're not melee. Monster's gonna be slowed or stunned, yeah, sure, that's fine. Ground runes are boring and dangerous. Yes, I fully agree with you. The concept of these ground runes seem weird, especially since you can't, like, kind of, like, some of them cover the whole screen. So there's the lightning pyramid, for example, and I thought the lightning pyramid would be like a tiny lightning pyramid that would start somewhere, but it starts in the middle of the map and is, like, screen wide. More or less. So if you take the lightning pyramid, for example, here in this area, then it spawns, like, here in the middle and it's just screen wide. And you're like, cool, cool, cool. So you just chose them violence, huh? Violence. And as much as we appreciate it, but we would like to not have you do that to us. Kindly, yours truly. How do you get your second-hand search charm slot open? You need a belt with 2 charm slots for that. They're incredibly rare. If I haven't read the patch notes wrong, then they're intending to open up these charm slots now for lower levels as well. So they're making the respective belts that you need more common, because right now the pelts that you would need to actually get those charm slots are incredibly uncommon. And you're going to get them earlier, so we're all going to be able to have more charm slots. Also, another thing that I feel like is a stupid decision again, like the charm slots should open up per act. Right, like after you beat Act 3, you should get the second one, and after you beat Act 6, you get the third one. Feels like, again, I have beaten the game, and I did not even get to interact with multiple charm slots, like the whole mechanic of charm slots. I am done with the game, and what do I get? Nothing. You had no opportunity to even interact with that mechanic. Great, well done. Monsters increase skill speed. Yeah, sure. I just got a 2-handed maul for my warrior, but it's red outline, can't equip, but I have the stats gray or blue, even level requirements. I have no clue. Emmanuel. I have no clue what single-handedly could stop you from wielding that maul. If you meet the stat requirements and the levels, then you should be able to wield it. Do you really have the stat requirements? Okay, I believe if I don't have these ground effects happening, then I could just blast that stupid bird out of existence. Probably. I mean, we're doing tons of damage to him. So I don't doubt that we have it. Come on now. How much strength dex for your sorcerer? I'm at 23 and 12 for my 42 sword. Keep in mind that you can just fluently swap if you need it. Huh? I just went up this to go to the next area. Oh, here you go. I was confused where you wanted me to go. Good, ladies and gentlemen, what boss are we hoping for? I mean, I kind of want to show you the other Raven boss because I really want to beat that one just because I like how he looks. Challenge area contains statues. Monsters have resistances. 40% less defense. I should not do this, but what does 40% less defense mean? I have no armor anyways. What does 40% less defense mean? Chimera! Freebie! Watch me fail. Wait, no, this is not the Chimera. This is Bird Boss. Raven Boss. Chat, Raven Boss. This is the one I know the least about because I've fought him one single time so far. Okay, so I fought this boss one single time and I absolutely nuked him. And then he did some poison explosion that killed me straight away. So he's like super interesting to fight against, but at the same time, he's like really scary to fight against because he has like some super crazy abilities. And he does some poison explosion that like instantly kills you. So you gotta look out for that. Yeah, see like this, he does this rain of whatever that is. Did he just fall on his face flat? Oh, get wrecked, you little shit! Look at me! I'm ascending! Level 4. Mom, get the camera! The camera! Mom! Okay. Morcati, thank you for the 180 bitty titties. Appreciate it. Mom's not coming. No camera. Dimitri, good to see you there, partner. Hope you're doing well. Give me those trial rewards. Don't pretend you don't want to give them to me. Okay, let's hope there was actually something good. I didn't check. Okay, Ascendancy, quest completed, Chad. But what are we taking now? Do we take increased arcane surge on you per 15 maximum mana? I don't have much maximum mana, but getting even more mana regeneration and even more cast speed sounds good. Well, it's another like 1% per 15, so that's another 20% increase. I kind of do want to try out Tempest Caller, but right now for the playthrough, I feel like Force of Will just seems the best.
Approach the altar and receive.
I mean, that puts us now at a very stable, like 38 mana per second. It's kind of cool. Okay, what do we get? Increased spell damage, increased cold damage, maximum mana, attributes, mana regeneration. Well, that's nice. It's just the wrong stuff for the wrong gamer. That chest is incredible. What the fudge? I mean, that's 64 armor plus and 44% armor increase, but it's also 32 spirit and 14 strength. I'm gonna keep this one for I don't know what, but I'll probably get something to play with this. Also, we got more lightning resistance, energy shield, mana, 10.2 life regeneration per second. That's really nice. I think I'm gonna just keep those corrupted boots on right now. Okay, that armor's gonna stay too for leveling. On the leveling tab, I just put things that might be good at some point. Good, how about we end the act, Chan? Huh? I mean, what time did I promise you we would take? Plus 5% increased skill speed, wow. That's such a nice ring, technically. But practically, my other two rings are just doing better for what I need. Technically, that's a really nice ring. 11 spark, frostbolt, no frost bomb. What will we do currently with our... Can we increase the quality of a focus? I never knew. This is quality of martial weapons. This is quality of wands, staffs, or scepters, but it's not the focus, huh? Yeah, sadly not. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now officially at played 8 hours and 13 minutes. As I said, I took 12 hours and 13 minutes to beat the campaign a second time with our ranger. I guess in 1 hour we could end the campaign. What do you think? It'd be a 9-hour playthrough. So far, we've been getting faster with every character. Do we get the Chimera Pet on Twitch? For sure. Also, if we buy a sub for our own account, no, you need to gift away 2 subs. Karen, if you want to have the pet, it's really 2 actual gifted subs. Keep in mind that the Chimera Pet is just that. It's just a pet that looks good. If you want it, you want it. There is a crazy thing, though. If you do actually gift away another 2 subs, so 4 subs in total, I don't know why that is. You're getting 2 Chimera Pets. Yeah. I haven't tried it out myself, but I've seen it mentioned in other streamers' streams. I'm not advertising it because I already feel bad, like milking you for 2 subs. You know, I'm already milking you for 2 subs for that pad. Don't have to tell you that there's another one. Could you stop like throwing like bombs and regenerate life while bombs are being thrown? Because that is so annoying. Right? To have these guys and then they're throwing bombs, right? And then they go invisible, and then like this dude goes like full Hacksaw Ridge on you. Sir, could you just die right now? I don't know why you're not dying. You had no right to survive that long. Oh, he's like periodic invulnerability aura. That's what was happening there. Are you kidding me? I struggled so much because that little shit had periodic invulnerability aura. Yeah, how about you permanently invulnerability this? Some of the suffixes, affixes the elites, rares can have are like, what the toxic hell? My second unfavored one is partially intangible. You're like about to kill him and they're like, nah, partially intangible. And then you're like, but when can I hit you again? Nah, I'm still partially intangible. Oh yeah, have you checked my partial intangibility yet? You are all very annoying and I hate you. Kind of want to go back and get my energy shield, but then again, I'm greedy like, and I pretend that I don't need this and I am better. But then he comes along with his mana leeching and we're like, so this is very bad. Yeah, this is very bad when he leeches your mana and then you're trying to go through. Doing it for the support and you get a free pet on top. Hey, like, you know, gotta get the gains in. Damage taken from minions first. Yeah, that's not a problem. We'll just kill all your minions and you at the same time. So now coming back to upgrading your gear, because people have asked why have I nothing socketed? So at this phase of the game, like where we're dying partially now because the enemies are being very, very pushy, right? And we're taking some damage. Now it would be worth it to consider, hey, I could just put 2 gems on my body armor to increase the energy shield it does by another 40%. If I then wanted to, but I could also just play slower. No, I could adapt my gameplay to the given situation, which I usually never do. I just play, you know, just keep banging your head against the wall. Are you in Act 3 now? We've been in Act 3 for hours, sir. We're at the end of Act 3. Our character has been positively flying through the challenges. Nothing has so far opposed us. Like, no boss has given us any headaches. Maybe we died once or twice at some things, but nothing really got us destroyed. A couple of hours ago, we had only died 29 times, so we can check at the end of the campaign how many times we've actually died on the playthrough. We're still trying to keep our side right-sided, because right-sided is usually where the Viper is, chat. The Viper. Okay, stop with the gas bombs, okay? Just stop. Whoever thought this was a good idea, it's not a good idea. Sacrificial mantle. Could that please be one with energy shield? Because right now my energy shield is straight up horrible, right? I feel like there's a better chest just riding around the corner to be equipped. I could probably gamble for a better chest. Probably do that. I don't gamble enough, but I hate losing my... See, look at me, chat. Look at me. I'm the chosen one. This area is ginormous. What's my level? 42. We're behind level curve. Don't worry. We're vastly behind level curve because we always are.
This is all just a misunderstanding.
Which one of you activated the gate? Which one of you is a Val blood?
Why, that was me, of course. I am Alva the Lion, treasure hunter extraordinary.
Take her! Bring her to
I like how Elva gets punched in the face here.
I will pay back every drop.
Look at me. I'm Alva, the amazing adventurer, ordinaire. And they're like, yeah, so we don't actually care. And here, get punched in the face now. Oh, you're so frozen, lady. Is she machine gunning me? She's machine gunning me, right? Oh, I survived! So that's the moment where you die. I cannot see your attacks because my own attacks are blocking your attacks, lady. Yeah, listen, I cannot see what you're doing because I am doing the do. There needs to be a whole bunch more checkpoints in this area. As I said, if you know where you're going, you can shortcut a lot of this thing because you're just like moving way less. But that requires you to at least have gone through the pain of discovering this whole shithole at least once. But then once you know, yeah, so in this phase, you cannot actually damage her. Oh, shit. Yeah, I dodged bad. I dodged bad, Chan. The last one. Let's go. You could do so much damage to her in the beginning. Just gotta be stubborn. Okay. We're halfway down. That was bad.
I shall crush you!
Can we freeze her? Oh shit, I'm out of potions. How about out of potions? I'm really taking a lot of potions in this fight. Ooh. This is Act 3, not Act 2. And when we get our anti-poison charm, but we gotta look out that we don't get so much poison, I guess. Well, let's be fair, we're not really playing this one cautious though. Right, we're not really playing on damage ignoring. We're just playing on like let's just spam her dead until she loses. So that one's on me for playing this way. Could totally play this more considerate, but I don't want to. She's my least favorite boss for sure. Nah, she's okay. Her damage is annoying, but if you play her with minions, for example, she's a candy park walk because all her attacks just hit the minions. Colossus is the hardest boss you face in Act 2. The reason why Colossus is so hard is because the Colossus targeting is heavily skewed. Like, his targeting half of the time does not make sense. Like actually, your ability targeting on him. So it's like really uncool because you want your abilities to just hit. But your abilities are simply not hitting because, well, he's just weird. And that's uncool because it's totally not, oops, it's totally not your fault that you're dying against the Colossus or that you're not doing damage versus him. Because his hitbox is just stupid. It's not about learning him, Rickside. It's simply that his hitbox is stupid. I mean, sure, if you learn him, he's obviously easier too. But his hitbox is weird. There's like no argument about that. Weird hitbox. And no one likes to play against a weird hitbox. And lose to something like a weird hitbox. Okay, so this time we're gonna pay attention. We didn't actually. No, when I said this time we're gonna pay attention and then we didn't. Yeah, that's me. Pony Hoff here. I feel like you went really early into this mode and I don't appreciate it, lady. Really? Sometimes she goes like into this like in a really weird ass repeat pattern. I mean, now the arena is smaller, so my thingies are just hitting better. Let's freeze her. Oh, wow. I thought I was, like, pretty good, and then I just got poisoned again. She has a weird face push if your DPS is good. Yes. I agree. When do you start losing XP on death? I think after level 50, was it? But let's be fair, most of your dying you do in the first time you play through the campaign. And then after you're in cruel difficulty, you don't really do much dying. Wait, you can freeze her in that form? That's stupid. That's a wasted freeze and a half.
I shall crush you, insect! Feel Aracali's sting!
She's gonna fly out again. Oh, she's outside the arena. Great. So sometimes she also hovers outside the arena because why wouldn't she, right? And when she hovers outside the arena, you cannot damage her in that phase. Why would she not hover outside the arena? Exactly, chat. Exactly. Why wouldn't she?
Bow to your queen or die! You're not stopping! Bow to your queen or die!
Like, we're not really hitting her with a frost bomb because she's a bit too mobile for my liking.
You will fall before
Yeah, I should put down the fire orb more. I think that was my mistake because she's like, she might be mobile, right? But if I put down the fireball more, I just do more bruising damage. So that's on me. That's on me. If I put that one down, I'm pretty sure we would have had an easier fight. Thanks for mate chat. Sometimes you're a noob. Dirty mouth breather. Thank you, Doozy, for the 2 gifted subs. Appreciate it. Kira also, thank you for the brand new subscription. Viper was a Legion mechanic back in PoE 1. So what we're saying is that the Viper is the Legion Viper. By the way, for the people that are stuck at this location, if you haven't gotten the Giant Heart, because there's an item called the Giant Heart, at this stage of the area, no worries, you can still get it in the next stage of the area. We have had that exact problem happen to us, and we figured out that you can still get the Giant Heart also in the next part. Okay, we need to get more... You know what could have also helped in that phase? Faster energy shield recharge rate. Like right now, I feel like we're making it a bit harder for ourselves than it has to be in certain fights. By like we choose mainly damage from our passive tree because I don't really care much about defense. Like when I die, I'll just do it again, right? So I don't really mind the death as long as I can do the insane damage to just keep pushing through, right? But if I had a faster energy shield recharge rate, it would definitely make it more smooth. I'm just tanking through more damage. It's my philosophy. Until the cavalry comes around the corner with a bunch of frost bolts and tries to destroy you. Yeah, you know what? For enemies that are a bit more nimble on their feet, we gotta drop more of our solar orb. You weren't kidding when you say pay attention during fights. Yes, I can't play the game and actually watch you fight. You die. Yes, if you half-ass the game will punish you. It's really funny, and I like that about Path of Exile too. I mean, depending on what activity you're obviously doing, like if you just farm a bit, or if you're in the end game and you're mapping, you can pay less attention depending on what level of maps and so on you're doing. But generally speaking, the game really wants you to actually look at it when you're playing. Which sounds so weird. Like, why would a game not want me to look at it when you're playing? But I think you understand what we're trying to say. Did you know there are notes for the arcane surge effect on the tree? We can check that. I have not looked at any overlap. But I also don't see, well, there's something for Arcane Surge here. Increased effect of Arcane Surge, but that's useless. Because my Arcane Surge is powerful enough. Increased mana, chance to gain Arcane Surge when you deal critical, useless. And unless there's something that's going to drop my panties, like, I'm not interested. What's endgame mapping? That is after playing through the campaign and then playing through the campaign again. Then you reach the endgame mapping stage, where you play through maps, or it's like a repetitive map grinder. I don't know how to other ways say that. Any new ones? Nah, my wand is still OP. It's hilarious how broken the wand is, and how I've not have found anything new. Donate energy shield, and I could use a pair of gloves that is still better than the shit we have there right now.
If you hear a click, duck.
40% more effect means 40% more cast speed. It's not 40% into 40%, but it's 40% into something for sure. I hope they decrease the map size and add more frequent boss encounters to the end game. I wish that if you have an end game map with a boss on it, because end game maps can have bosses on it, that if there is an end game map with a boss on it, the boss is actually the win condition and not that the elites are the win condition. Because I want to obviously kill the boss and then be like, oh, I did that, cool, map over. Feels weird that that's not the thing. What stuff do you recommend for Sorceress? I use a wand and an offhand, because wand and offhand together right now is 120 or 130% bonus damage. So I recommend to use whatever helps you build. And try to get something OP and then send everyone packing. We're gonna, like, if I find a new stuff, the new stuff needs to be at least 120% damage bonus, at least, to even be remotely considered an option. What we would need is more mana, because our mana gives us more Arcane Surge, so taking something that would give us more mana would definitely help. Especially that we also have an energy shield node that gives us less mana, so automatically less attack speed. Not sure if we're moving to the right side of the map. We are! No, we're not. This is wrong. I thought this was right, but we're wrong. What is here is just another key. Yeah. Where do we need to go again, Cotton Eye Joe? I always forget that from here. Do we need to go to that area? I always assumed it was left up and around. Seems like I'm wrong. Nothing intriguing. I know we can't go back because there's no connection between the Viper area and the end area. Oh wow, once in a while I made the wrong choice. Not happy. So we get all these level 2 support gems, but we don't need a single one of them. This has me a bit sad. Because, like, you want to reach, like, level 2 support gems and then be like, oh, goody, oh, goody, oh, goody, level 2 support gems, right? Well, we kind of reach level 2 support gems and it's like, so yeah, there's nothing that actually makes better what my level 1 supports are already doing, so no. We have no interest in your filthy level 2 support gems. Okay, well then it's here, the bottom right, that area. Shitty, shit. So if we take 40% more Arcane Surge, then it goes for a 14 base, I guess. And technically, it should increase the bonus that we're getting as well, but no one knows if the moth is mothing there. Okay, where the fuck do I need to... Wait, no. You're not telling me I had to go to the right and that's it? Oh, no. Don't tell me to the right was it the whole time. Don't make me unhappy. Why am I not throwing the frost bolts at them? Because I have no time to turn around. It's better for me to like roll away and just throw them in front of me, because they still have to walk through it. There's the sacrificial heart. Thank you very much.
Power within this flesh.
Appreciate it. It's 2 passive skill points, so you want that. I think we're correct here. Yeah, enter Agaret, we're correct. Let's go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're in the last hour. No, that's not true. Not even the last hour. We're in the last 30 minutes. Kareem, you can always ask. Skeletal snipers or arsonists, and why? With incoming nerf, snipers are the better choice. The nerf on the arsonist is only going to be a minimal reduction of the arsonist. It's going to bring them to reasonable levels. You can still play your arsonist build as you have played before. I don't think much else is going to happen to the arsonist build. I wouldn't freak out right now. That being said, I always preferred the snipers because they're just more fun to play. That's just me. Like, if you don't like them more, then keep with your arsonist. There's no, like, the thing is that the arsonist build and the sniper build are 2 complete different builds the way how they play. They're functionally different. They are, from the whole gameplay loop, different. They just vibe complete different, okay? So, like, trying to decide between these is not only a question of strength, it's also, like, would you even enjoy the gameplay loop? Because with the arsonist, you just spam your fire spell on the witch right now, and that's it. Then you don't do anything else but spam those fire spells. Whereas with the snipers, you obviously get to use your snipers, right? So are you regenerating life? It's just annoying. Okay, that lightning on hit just hit me hard. Lazuli ring is maximum mana, which would actually work with what we're doing right now. But unless that ring would give me like amazing bonuses, it's not even going to happen. Spell physical damage. Nope! Gazi already tested and pre-test after nerf. There is no nerf yet owned. The patch hasn't hit, as far as I'm aware. These were just the patch notes, and I don't assume the patch has already hit. He pre-tested this as if it was live. Okay. And again, the nerf is just an amount of arsonists, as it should be, because right now it's just too simple to get the arsonist running. Ow. So, reasonable nerf, but nothing like to break your mind over, pretty much. And even if it was a nerf, then just find a new way to play. Come on, it's early access. Have some fun. I have the feeling when people are talking about their builds, they're always taking the early access a bit too serious. Okay, these axe throws are really like an actual problem. Like the amount of axes they're throwing, like I gotta look out. See, like I win from a damage rate standpoint. I win this all as long as I don't get killed by something obnoxious like here, like these guys throwing their stupid axes at me. Like nothing can even come close enough to touch me. Like, keep them coming, chat. We're spreading death and destruction throughout the whole area. Yeah, those axe throws are stupid, and I hate them. We need better gear, more energy shield. It's about time. Let's go up. We're looking for the sacrificial heart spawns. With the colored mushrooms for an Act 3, there is a lady, and the lady is fat and a hag and ugly. Said it, I'm not taking it back. And that lady, she is giving you a belt for mushrooms. And she sells stuff too, so she's actually kind of cool. With that much energy shield, why are you not leeching ES on spell damage? With what? I know there was a way to do that, but the only I remember was mana and life leech right now. Oh great, the sounds are gone. Yay. So what happened here right now, ladies and gentlemen? Well, there's a moment where you, in Act 3, have your sounds just go away. And it's weird. It's going to make all the sounds like be sporadic. Sometimes appear, sometimes not appear. It's a very intriguing error. As you notice, we're like playing underwater right now. Yeah, it's the Cauldron Lady, exactly. So we're gonna quickly try to do the Sacrificial Heart, and then we're gonna do the like Black Temple entrance and relock. What's your thoughts on Chaos? Chaos is gonna get buffed, so Chaos is right now underwhelming. As much as I would like Chaos, it just falls off heavily at some point. That being said, again, Chaos is being heavily buffed with the up-and-coming patch. Therefore, you should be fine. In the future, even more than now. If you can make a Chaos build work now somewhat, then in the future, that Chaos build that you made work will be even better. Which is double good, ain't it? Or the patch notes, YouTube video, or the Twitter of Path of Exile, but probably my YouTube video. You should definitely just watch my YouTube video. Like seriously, just watch it. Watch it. Watch it. Just do it. Like even if you actually don't watch it, like right, just watch it in the background. Thank you. We got preview patch notes, which is really interesting. So they don't have the complete patch notes ready. They only have preview patch notes ready. And instead of giving us nothing, they just gave us preview patch notes. I like that. Okay, Int. Now we could go for a chance for lightning skills to chain an additional time, but we don't need that. Energy shield to mana. I don't want to mess with that as well. Mm. And we could go for spell damage for mana, but we're not going to do that. We have chance to shock. No. Actually, the increased attack and cast speed with lightning skills would work out. But I just wanted to go for the jewel to slot in. What did I have? I had a... That was maximum energy shield. That was maximum energy shield and mana regeneration. So I kind of feel like this one works nice. And we have to turn that one rare now to go places. Because I have a pretty solid Chaos Demon Witch running Mom ES to mana and mana to spell damage. I mean, there's probably things working, right? So no one says you can't play Chaos. No one says you can't do things, right? Are you using cast on freeze? No, I don't use any cast on. I cast my... So the gameplay loop here is right now very simple. I cast my firewall and then I just spark. If an enemy is annoying, I will put an ice bomb on him to light up his behind. If people are pushing me, I can do frost orbs. And that's essentially the whole trick. Oh, and we have the fire orb to have like pulsing fire damage, which does work surprisingly well. I was rather surprised at how powerful the solar orb was turning out to be. So that's a big heads up. Cast on freeze, cast on ignite, cast on shock. I'm not entirely sure if I want to use one of them. I would preferably use cast on ignite, but it's more that I don't even know what to use it for. Okay, we have 89.8 hours chat so far. And that's my third character to 70. Since you use the fire orb so rarely, use the hourglass on it to boost damage. Palku, what do you think we're doing? Okay, sounds are back. Care seems to take a while to cook. Yeah, I hate it. I want things to be strong straight away. Fuck the cooking. Just be great from the get-go. Okay, let's enter Cruel and then see that we can blast through Act 1 in like 30 minutes or so. And again, this is the strongest we've ever been with a character at this given point. Like, we're even stronger than the Witch right now, which is a surprise. Which is a surprise. Like, in case you're not getting it, which is a surprise. Sorry, chat. You might just be Dens. Wait. I need the Regal Orb to make this thing here. Minions have... Wait, really? Really? You hate me? Okay. Increased skill effect duration. Minions have increased attack. Really? 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 Some % increased chaos damage. Cool. 14% increase, 25% increase area for blight. Like, yeah, cool. Cool jewels. Cool jewels. I don't hate him, chat. I don't hate him at all. I'm I'm not here. 18%, 10% elemental damage. Let's see what happens with this one. 6 skill mana cost converted to life cost. Uh-huh. 18 increased armor break duration. Oh, okay, yeah, no. Let's forget about that. Let's like, okay, let's make these cool gems cool, chat. Like, can't hold all these cool gems. You're so cool.
Intruder is here. Out of Maquatsi. I see. No mercy then. Kill her on sight.
Why do you hate me? Dude, I just entered this area and everything just decided to hate me on side. But so hard that it wasn't even fun anymore. Okay, sir, could you like stop like pushing me into the corner here? Not cool. Sir, please back off. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. You stupid shit. I hate you. Okay, we got an 11 skill gem. That would be Sparks. Good. Do they not have a rune stash tab? Nope. But I would prefer a rune stash tab and other stash tabs over definitely, like, I feel like some of these stash tabs are like endgame, like the Delirium run, for example. As like, I would rather prefer more stash tabs for like the normal stuff than, oh, holy, that was a rough start. I put your runes in your currency tab. Me too. That seems to be the most sense-making thing to do. That I've so far seen most people do. Yeah, that one life leeching, somewhat elite weirdo was definitely not on my 2024 agenda. Is that an add-on that adds the health bar over your head? No, it's in the options under interface and then health bars, and you can put it over your head. You can put it over enemies. You can put it over your head. You can put it everywhere. It's definitely under interface. I'm to 99.99999% sure.
Fool! There is no time for this. Aziri will soon commune with the beast. Cease your assault.
Cease your assault. Sir, you've been like turning everything into war machinery. You need to be stopped. By the way, how are we going to solve the time travel conundrum, guys? Or are we never going to ask just time travel questions in this game? It's usually when time travel starts in games, storylines gets messed up and shit just hits the fan and you're just like, okay. Does everything even make sense anymore? I guess we're not going to ask those questions, no? Going to accept that time travel is fine in Path of Exile? Best not to ask, yeah. But I was surprised they went that way, like to literally bring someone back. Get to see like time travel stuff not get messed up and weird down the line. Continuity of the timeline is definitely suspect at this point. Okay, so we're screwed because we cannot process from here. That's green. Are we gonna go all the way back to go around because I made a mistake? We love the backtrack. I don't know what killed me there. But I wanted to go back to the checkpoint anyways, so thank you very much. I appreciate it. Like, it's not like we did not want to go back to this checkpoint anyways. Like, we had to go there from the get-go. That's not true. What the fuck? Where did I go wrong? I think I went wrong there on that platform. I think. Probably missed that. Yeah, I missed this one upwards. Sir, I was trying to run past you, but you kept bleeding lightning from your hands, so that wasn't so good. Maybe they fixed the timeline in Act 4. I really do want to see the beast at the final opponent. I mean, right now you kind of like see the beast evolving in every corner. So I would assume Act 4, we're going to have another evolution of the beast. Then you're going to, in Act 5, fight the Countess. And then in Act 6, we're going to fight the beast, most likely. And I'm all here for it, as it seems like very cool. Where the Countess is going to have intercourse with the beast and turn into a Countess beast thingy. Who knows? What's there is to come. And there we go. Could have been so easy. As long as we're going back, it's fine, Emily. Well, that's nice. I mean, it's fun that we're ignoring everything he's been doing. He turned, like, the whole Val City into, like, his favorite plaything of weapon machinery. All in the name of, I don't even know what. I mean, he's definitely, like, he fits the brand of absolutely mad scientist. So I'm not sure why we are actually giving him a chance. Because I feel like, you know, technically the man is beyond redemption. Did you see what he turned, like, his people into? I mean, sure, you're probably gonna say, but Pony, they're like means, measures, blah, whatever. Like, it's important. But what about the, you know? You know, I don't think it's that simple. Okay, this is easy so far. Let's see how strong his the robot should be even easier because we're gonna just cast like Flamestorm. I mean, he's literally going to stand in my Flamestorm, in my Frost Orb, and in my Fire Orb. Like, he's just standing in all of the things I can do. The only thing that's probably going to happen is that I'm running out of mana.
I've had enough of you. You think you can run?
And luckily we have so much mana regen, so we're fine.
I plan for every contingency.
Did you? You're saying that, but what if you're lying? Look at me, Chad. The fastest mouse in Mexico.
Burn to ash, demon of Atzoatl. The destruction at Atzoatl will be repaid 1,000-fold. You leave me no choice.
Oh, no. Oh, we froze him. Honestly, like, considering that we're out of mana, but still that we can just put down the Flame Orb and shit. We're good, Chad. And I could win this whole fight just with Flame Orb and Frost Orb, and that's it. Oh, simple. They're so good. GG. Okay, what do we have? We have played for 9 hours. That's great. And death now a total of 50 times. I think that's a good one. Increase feed buildup, cold damage as extra fire damage against frozen enemies. Well, that would work. Offerings increased, increased spell area damage. And I kind of want to go for this one to increase its cold exposure, expect lightning exposure effects, and so on. As I'm not entirely sure what I would want to take. I mean, we could take the lightning penetration, but we're doing more fire penetration than lightning penetration, so we probably should go for fire, but it seems weird. That's more cast speed. I was like really aiming for the elemental damage nodes there on the side, so that's what I wanted to get.
Your people cannot be
That's my family. Be right back.
History is already written. You can stay here and die, or come with us and help save the future.
The legacy of the Val must be protected. I do know of a way to contain the beast.
Best you start talking then. My friend here isn't exactly the peacemaking type.
What's the effect that circles you ice armor? How do you get level 3 support gems? You have to wait for Act 3. No level 3 support gems until Act 3. I am sorry to tell you that. And the effect around me is my spirit effect.
This artifact bears the symbol.
Good, ladies and gentlemen. Act 2, Act 1, Cruel. So this is kind of like beyond starter build already, right? Early end game.
I would appreciate it if you could. Reach, clear, fell. Fine.
Wall of flame!
That's so different. The first time you arrive at these shores, right? You get like your one fireball. And now you're arriving at the shores and it's like menace, death, destruction. What are you going to stop me? Nothing. I tell you, nothing you're gonna do to stop me. Sorry, nerds. Not with me. Fire spikes! Why is half your loot a red colored and unidentified? I don't know. Sir, why don't you just identify it? But I'm not sure what you're referring to. Okay, Mr. Bloated Miller. Let's pull out all stops. Well, like I could probably take some better DPS nodes in the skill tree, but I'm okay. I mean, we still have the shock, we have the ignite, we have the freeze, so we get like all ailments on. That huge damage increase. Yay. It's not like that we in any way phase death. Can't equip them. Maybe you picked up a weird passive node that made things non-equipable. I mean, usually things are not equipable because you don't meet the stat requirements to equip them. Thank you for the level 11 skill gem that we really don't need because we're, I mean, solar orb, sure. I have the never sink loot filter, which doesn't really do that much for you, so.
I think it's charming.
What's that?
I will treasure it.
Oh, I forget that I'm wearing like a weird helmet. Gold circle. You know what? I'll just turn that one into a. Just take the gold circle there. And wait, before I turn this, let me check if there's anything noteworthy here. Additional skill slot. Nothing interesting. Okay, that is spell damage, mana. That's like worse than my thing in every single way. Maybe you get a helmet, something noteworthy. A belt. Life, mana, cold, fire resistance. I kind of like that one. Where is Finn? Buy or sell? You got energy shield. Worse. Okay, good. Bunch of worse shit. Okay, we need to put a jeweler's orb on because we have gotten to this space right now, correct? So we can now go for the jeweler's orb to make our spark one more. We can probably, I mean, like at this point, getting jeweler's orb would just require me to sacrifice a few regals to get that done. Exalted, solar, frost bomb. And continually flame wall, but I'm not sure what to even put on it. That's the question. Well, what do we even put on? I mean, for the spark, was there any level 2 gems? The frost bomb, you could go for spell echo. You just have it go like twice. I mean, it inflicts cold exposure, so I guess like more cold exposure would be nice. Like this inflicts more cold exposure, so every consecutive bomb does more damage, kinda. Why not? Could flame wall inflict fire exposure too? Could probably win. But fire exposure would be further. So what does flame wall damage or inflict a full-time enemy supporter skilled deal for nothing you really want. Yeah, never like that. So solar orb could get. How do we make solar orb more dangerous as we cast that like very few times? Nothing really. But you could have it ignite like further out, but that's useless. Could you do inevitable critical on him to have like his fire pulls be critical, but that makes no sense. Wait, technically you could go for fire rate death to have things explode on death, but that's so useless. So I'll see where it goes. At the end of the day, you could remove the cost of things, like for the flammability curse, for example. Probably like that. Remove the cost. So I can use that more often. I mean, we really have no support for it, but that's not true. Wait a second. There's a support for Spark. It's not a good support, but I think it works. You could use Acceleration. But in order to do that, I need to refund my skill points first, so... Can you get the same support gem on 2 different skills? No. 1 skill, 1 support gem. Everything else would be OP. Unless you're a Gemling Legionnaire who can, in fact, put 2 times the same support gem on. Which does actually make the Gemling Legionnaire something to consider. That's just really nice. I mean, considering some of the power of some of the support gems, it's like truly being able to put 2 on is a nice little thing. Okay, we want to go fast through this one, chat. Let's not get holed up by anything. Where's the ladies and her wolves? There's the ladies and her wolves. I heard you're weak to fire. Well, let me just be an absolute meanie to you then. It just seems so effortless with Sorg. It just seems so effortless with Sorg. What can I say? Frost resistance. It does help that we do actually have resistances this time. Usually I'm running around with minus resistance everywhere. Well, the question is now, what do we do? Should we go for more spell damage for maximum mana? I mean, that would be so far only 12% more spell damage, but it's actually 12% more spell damage. I mean, I have 500 mana, which is not a lot. But going for that support, like we just had this one here. What was it? Increase spell damage per 100 mana. It seems almost mandatory to take. Because even if, like, right now I have 500, so it's like 15% more spell damage. So it's just stupid to not take that node. I mean, sure, you could also take and convert energy shield to mana, and then you could take you're losing mana first instead of life, right? You could technically do that. 2 support gems that I don't need. Great. Two support gems we're not going to be using? Fantastic! Who would have guessed? Ha ha ha. Like at this point, we're missing a little bit of oomph, but I'm not sure if it's down to our weapons or if it's down to our passive skill tree. Like, I'm still very content with what we're doing because it's like simple. I would just prefer to have more oomph, I guess. Maybe it's due to me ignoring like the tier 11 abilities and such, but honestly, the fire bowl was never worth it. So yeah, I don't really know what, like, if I wanted to change something. We could probably start it with something like cast on Ignite to cast something. But if I do cast on Ignite, I have to put my ice armor off, and we all know my ice armor has been keeping me periodically alive, so we really don't want to turn that off. You have been frozen, hee hee hee. My Frost Bomb is still one of my highest damaging effects to this point. Like, of all the things you do, it's like Frost Bomb just being the most dangerous one. Oh, wait, where did that kill me? I was so sure it would not die. I was trying to make a Blizzard Sword. They're unique gloves which turn all your damage into frost. You have a problem with frost right now. And that is they're reducing the magnitude of frost that you can reapply after freezing an enemy. So they don't want you to periodically freeze enemies like back to back to back to back. Which might lead to, like, when you're playing only frost build, to some sadness. Just FYI, be aware of that when you're planning to do that. Okay. As they're right now cracking a little bit down on that, because it seems like people have been freezing too much for their liking. They don't want that amount of freeze to happen. So just keep that in mind when you're playing Frost now, that you might get shut down soon. Inscribed Ultimatum, Skill Gem, Regal Orb, Broadhat Quigger, done. Making, like, good progress. I don't like that we died there. Started Minion Witch and was a bit disappointed in the damage from the snipers until I noticed that you cast their poison bolts yourself. Yes, Piotr, you have to cast their poison bolts yourself, and not only have you do that, you also have to explode the poison bolts. So that makes all the difference. Okay, chat, this is 42% increased spell damage and 94% increased fire damage. Huh. I mean, that 94% is quite nice. That's double to what we have before. So I guess...
Oh, I like this one.
should probably take that. Frostbolt finally upgraded, and that's about it. We haven't been playing Ball of Lightning. We've been playing the Firestorm, but we have been not using the Firestorm, so I'm still a bit disappointed. I thought, like, Firestorm would be, like, a really, really cool ability. Turns out it's not. Okay, we still have cast on Ignite, cast on Freeze, cast on everything. We have the Blasphemous abilities, which don't really want to have. There's nothing that makes my motor boating, my floater moding, my boater moding. We could go for Grim Feast if we really wanted to, but we also don't want to do that. I mean, technically cast on Ignite would be the thing. But let's just keep going for Arctic Armor. So Minion Witch, you definitely do have to do the explosions yourself, and not only the, like, you have to not only do the gas bombs yourself, you also have to explode them. Because the real damage of the gas bombs is not the gas, it's the explosions they do afterwards, okay? And the gas is just bonus. Lesser Jewelers, or where did you come from? When's the game releasing free to play? In 6 months? 7 months? Maybe 8? This is not a joke. This is not me making fun of you. This is the release schedule. It feels like I'm taking the piss out of you, but I'm not. I'd like to know, how could I increase the amount of orbs I'm putting down? Because right now we're putting down, there was an undeath effect there. We're putting down like 1 solar orb, but how do I get 2 solar orbs? How do I get 3 solar orbs? There's something in the skill tree? Do I need a unique for that? Hello, Witch's Hut. But she's a fire sorcerer? Oh, wait, really? She goes from frost to fire on like on act change? I wasn't aware. Wands, woven, focus. Okay, show me the money, chat. Increased lightning damage. No, why you gotta be so useless? What are corrupted items? You can corrupt items with Vile Orbs to squeeze out bonus properties. For example, you can make a 2-socket item a 3-socket item, which is impossible unless you corrupt it. So that's kind of like what you do with those. Right? Do you think 6 months is enough? I'm an armchair developer. I have no clue how much development truly takes. I mean, we also don't know how much they truly haven't done yet. I mean, on the one hand, I want to have Act 4, 5, and 6 as soon as possible. On the other hand, I want them to work correctly and everything to be good, right? So, and I don't want the people to overwork themselves at the same time. I mean, like, again, we don't need a crunch or anything. You don't have to rush this out. We have a working game, and we're just looking for the last bonuses of it being like completely there for us. So like give us when it's ready, but don't like, you know, break your company to get that out. And we're extremely lucky that we get such a good early access now with a well working game, right? I think that's already amazing to see. And I mean, like on top of developing, they now gotta also do the live service for the game, because they gotta be ahead of the game. They gotta get the patches rolling and all that stuff. It's gonna be a rough time on their side. I mean, they really didn't choose the easy path instead of like just keeping up the development and just like not bringing out the early access. They gave us the early access, and now they gotta keep up development while they're also live servicing the game to a degree. What I'm hoping for is then that when we get the new acts, we also get the new classes, because right now I like if then Act 4, 5, and 6 comes out, I obviously want to start a new playthrough, but I don't want to start a new playthrough with like any of the existing characters, as I will have played the existing characters already. Right? It'd be also interesting to know if I could just keep a character at the end of Act 3 to prepare for Act 4 in that way. But I just keep it there waiting.
This must have been some battle.
And when I'm done with the stream tonight, we definitely gotta do some more like soul searching on the passive skill tree, what I would like to add. I mean, we're sturdy, like somewhat sturdy enough, but I feel like we could be sturdier. Also doing damage, but I feel like there's more damage waiting for us too. You going to use mind over matter or not decided? Absolutely not decided. I've never played with mind over matter, so I don't know how to equip a character with that. I know Mind Over Matter is that thing where you turn your energy shield into mana and then you take damage from mana instead of energy shield and so on. And I know how it works from a principle situation, like, right? But I don't know how to equip my character to make it work. Like, what do I need to look out for? Do I need to look for more? Do I then look for tons of mana regeneration? Do I do like armor 2 with the energy shield? Do I just do energy shield? Do I leech damage as life? Do I leech the mana as damage? Kind of something. So that's definitely like where I just lack the fundamental knowledge on how to apply those nodes correctly, and I need to learn. That's what I'm here for, right? To understand characters and learn. And yes, we are reaching the point where we are relatively squishy. I guess our biggest upset right now is not having any kind of like energy shield easy recharge. It's definitely helping us to survive. Do you not have a direct link to Path of Exile com to buy early access from Steam? !POE2 gives you a link. And wants to buy over that. Hello, Gold Circle. Maybe we'll finally get something. But is Giant Mana Flask better than Gargantuan Mana Flask? No, Giant Mana Flask is obviously tinier than Gargantuan Mana Flask. And everyone knows that. Like, are you stupid, Chad? How do you not know that, you know? Giant Gargantuan. If you get vitality on your Arctic armor, what does the vitality do? You sometimes gotta tell me what the things do because I don't remember them by their names. Like, you would actually assume that I remember something by their names. Use Shock Siphon for easy energy recharge in Arctic armor. Wasn't Shock Siphon when you kill, you get... energy shield back? What was it? Taroka, thank you for the 89 months of support. Taroka Dakshun, howdy. You can check out your recommendations in a jiffy. See if we want to play around with that. Kills energy shield back. Yeah, I see that. That seemed always like not good. But considering that we are actually going fast, like I'm not a big fan on kill effects as they always seem underwhelming. But I'll admit that due to me just resisting to play slow, it might actually make sense to play that way. No, ice balls. Oh, shit. More, bow. Like, see, like, as I was saying, when we, like, kill things here, we would definitely get energy shield back, so what makes sense to use?
The dead seem to rise in every direction. No matter.
So what you're saying was Arctic armor, and then you wanted me to have... the 1% life regen while skills active. That one is not bad, but we don't really have that much life. Also, vitality is a tier 3 gem, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it? No, vitality is a tier 1 gem. Holy, you're correct. I mean, I could equip it because we have the spirit to spare, so you're correct. From Act 3 on, we could actually play vitality without a single downside. Yeah, I mean, might as well put it on as we just have the slot available. It's kind of like, you have it, why not use it? We got a tier 12 gem. That is going to be more flame wall. Not enough life for it to be worth it. Well, it's free. Whenever we consider that we got it going on, like we're gonna put it on instead of like the chill ground thingy. I don't think I have the strength right now to put it on. I need to free the hooded one to be able to do that. Advanced padded leggings. We're finally finding some more advanced items. Advanced is kind of like better items. Higher level items. Currently struggling with my witch Trials of Chaos. Dying to these microstatus for the 3rd time. Yeah, I feel you. Trials of Chaos have a weird performance. Recommendation is do them with level 50. The biggest recommendation I can give you. Nothing more, nothing less. We have so far collected only 1 rune of power. Need 2 more. Is your YouTube chat off as you're not checking the recommendations? We are checking the recommendations. Insomniac. Well, we need to put another Jewelers on Arctic Armor to kind of give it something. Act 3 at least. And it's not like that we 100% need it, though. Get around without. Spirit on Robe is good, right? If you plan to do something spirit related. I mean, if you want to play any cast on whatever effect, then you most likely won't want to have some more spirit happening, as you're going to play 2 spirit abilities. And either you're going to get spirit on Robe or you get spirit on Amulet. You could also get spirit on Shield. I'm not sure if you can get it on Focus too. Maybe I should re-roll. I mean, re-rolling is sometimes a good option if you are not happy with your character anymore. No one says you're going to be more happy with your next character, though. You might as well hit the same brick wall there, too. There's no shame in re-rolling, though, when you notice that something is not adding up and you're really, really unhappy with the current build. I mean, you could always say, hey, just farm until you have a new build. But if the farming is no joy at all, then, well, why waste your time with such a stupid advice, right? I mean, no one likes to farm. Optimally, you want to play through the campaign without much issues, and then, like, when you're done with playing through the campaign without many issues, you would like to then reskill into something. And there we go. Poor King of the Mist, chat. Let's get him destroyed. Ability curse on him too. For the clan! He gets so bullied in the beginning because he just got nothing. Poor King of the Mist. Ripping pasteronis, please. How do I travel between Act 1 and 2? And if I go back from Act 1 to 2 to 1, do I lose progress in 2? No. You go back by going to the waypoint and just clicking on it on the top here. Act 1, 2, 3. So you can just travel between the acts indiscriminately. That's totally the word I wanted to use because I'm super smart, right? Okay, 74, more max life, a bit more mana, then increased critical hit chance. That's not bad. This chest is 109 with a more max life, but not much more other things. So I guess I might put on this little beautiful head as it just gives me more maximum jiggy majiggy. This one is useless. I kept the advanced one because I wanted to turn it over. Wait a second. I know chat is now going to say, Pony, don't use the exalted orbs for that, but I'm saying who cares? Oops, not the exalted, the orbs of alchemy. Yep. Okay, that is accuracy, life, mana, cult resistance, light radius. You know what? That has a lot of cult resistance, and you're going to get another. There you go. I hope you're happy with this. Thank you for giving me the energy shield. You go away because we don't need 11. You go away. You go away. You go away for now. Talking to Una.
Hello. These are just... I will treasure it.
And with the 12er, we can get another Frost Bomb, because Frost Bomb, again, most damage. Friendly's going to resmith this into a beautiful piece of nails to free the hooded one. Then we teleport back to the Rat Whale. Going between Act 1 and X Cruel can be a bit bugged, though. It is wholly bugged, not a little bit, a lot. Okay, looking for a man that is nailed to a tree. Hello, has anyone seen a set man being nailed to a tree? It shouldn't be so hard to find like this soul tree with a dude knocked to it, but sometimes you're just running through the area. Imagine now this would be as big as Act 3, right? So we keep complaining about Act 3, that Act 3 is kind of stupid and Act 3 is kind of big, right? Imagine this area here where you're looking for that one tree was as big as Act 3 is. You know how atrocious that would be and how it would make people just quit the game in droves? You're already spending like in the first zone like so much time finding something. Maybe straight up dumbassery. What do you think? Okay, seal 1.
This tree has an abundance.
Seal 2.
What happened here?
Don't even gonna talk to you, lady. Wonder if it makes a difference in like terms of quest finished or not. If you're...
He's unconscious.
Back to the encampment. Really normally try to get back to Agaret to get those 2 points. You missed them the first time. It can be like weirdly to teleport between these two, especially when you have like the cruel activated, but you can figure it out. To change my skills from lightning to frost to lightning, I need to farm gems. Yeah. That's why I generally recommend if you get to the point where you're like super unhappy, sometimes it might just be better to start a new character. And that being said, if you have a functional build that can farm, might as well just farm. That's assuming that you have a functional build that's doing what it's supposed to do. What if you don't have a functional build, right? What if your build sucks monkey balls? The big issue with survivability in Act 1 cruel and Act 3 cruel in Act 3. The reason you had a rough time with survivability is the enemy type. The enemy type in Act 3 is brutal. The damage they're doing is brutal as well. Like I'm not surprised if you're struggling there and then finding Act 1 cruel vastly easier. You have like a bunch of very simple enemy types here. I mean, a bunch of weako whiners that are so easy to whoop, it's not even funny. I'm level 27. Do you recommend doing a new character or maybe farm and change the build? With 27, I mean, 27 is like 4 to 5 hours depending on what you do. So it's relatively quick, like achieved. So you're definitely not at a point where you have sunken like 50 hours in a character. That being said, with 27, and in Act 2, you can farm good in Act 2. Finished Act 1, used your witch build and guide. Added gas from the sniper and created explosion with flame wall. Yep, that's what we're doing in the latest starter update, in case you missed it. Is beautiful, and I'm happy that you gave it a try. For the most fun you'll have playing through the act, because it's just such a nice, satisfying rotation to play. Dropping gas arrows and then boom, gas arrows, boom. Should wait for energy shield to recharge, but we're impatient. Probably gonna die for our sins. I think the boss was up there. If I did not see that wrong. Come on, be there. Be there, Mr. Bossman. Oh, he wasn't there. Very sad. No, we found the cemetery of the Eternals. Oh, the pain. Kind of like to kill that guy for no apparent reason but killing him. But only if it's like no hassle kill, right? If he's not kind of like forcing you to search for him. Let's look here on the left side if he might be there straight away. And otherwise ignore him. He's not there. Maybe he's down there. Oh, that's certainly fortunate.
This was once a man.
Oh, you're frozen? How unfortunate, sir. Oh, where did you go, Cotton Eye Joe? Oh Lord, he just nuke-a-doodled me. Is lightning the way to go? I'm 15 more frost cold approach. Is this bad? No, there's nothing bad about it, sir. I'm also not lightning. I am doing all 3 elements because all 3 elements are just adding nicely up together right now. So lightning is certainly, or frost is certainly not a bad way to go. You just use it all. That's the trick. A little bit of everything. I mean, we're using lightning with a firewall for the fire lightning damage with a bonus ignite, so that's working out. My game is lagging harshly. Yep. We're going for that together, and it's working amazing. Have to head out, go look for a new car. That sounds great, Piotr. Good fun. So we are playing a node, for example, in our passive tree that gives us more elemental damage if we ignited an enemy recently. That gives us more elemental damage if we have frozen an enemy recently. And that gives us also more elemental damage if we have shocked an enemy recently. So we have a build that is using all 3 elements to just get the most out of it right now. And it's working very good. So I wouldn't say sticking to a certain element or using only one or using one preferred is in any way a mistake. You can certainly use all of them. You can just use some of them. And right now, my biggest damage, for example, has always been Frost Bomb, as it's just really nice to put below bosses. And if you put Frost Bomb below bosses, you are obviously have like this freeze burst damage kind of going on, plus the actual freeze on the bosses, which is nice with the Frost Orbs too. And then we're going to be using our other stuff to just continuously throw into his face to just get him damaged, damaged, and damaged. So yeah. I wouldn't say there is something you need to do. I mean, if you look at the skills, for example, don't have much choice in the beginning. You can go Flame Wall, Ice Nova, Frostbomb, Spark, and then you got Amber Fusillade, Bolt, and Orb of Storms. That's kind of like where you could go for the Orb, obviously, over Frostbolt. Something in that direction. Then you get like Incinerate, Soul Orb, Cold Snap, and Arc, and that's where you kind of like, you know, mostly go for Soul Orb in this case. We got the Curses. For the Curses, I would love to slot all 3 into Enfeeble. The problem with that is that every curse costs more. I mean, ultimately, if I could do Conductivity and Flammability together in Blasphemous to then have like that as a curse combination going on, that would be amazing. Yeah. And now I just gotta decide what I want to do with my rest skill points, if there's a 13 skill I want to pick up or not. I loved Amber Fusillade. See, I wanted to like Amber Fusillade, but I found it very clunky to play in comparison to the rest of the things. I also wanted to play this specific unique. So there is a unique staff that I got myself, and it's called the Hakan. No. There we go. It is called the Dusk Vigil Ashen Staff, which gives us another 72% spell damage and casts free Amber Fusillades. The problem was that is only 72 spell damage, and this one already has 47, and this one already has 51%. So, you know, I felt like, why bother when I have like these things going on? Like, why bother the slightest?
Yes, I like to hold on to bits and pieces.
61% increased spell damage. For all cold skills? Nah. Did I accidentally sell my one cool one that I had? I think I did, right? I don't like how the uniques in PO work. You have to sacrifice so many stats. Yes, unless the unique would have truly an extraordinary effect, it is truly not worth it to use in any way. Like, it really gotta be that 1/1/1. Element, thank you for the Prime support. Element, good to see you there. Welcome and guten Tag. I would say, Chad, this is also, that marks the end of our stream. I'll be experimenting a bit around to see that we get you the perfect starter build. Our video is going to be similar, so we're going to make a video on this. It's going to be similar to the witch video, where we essentially go step by step by step. So it's going to be like OP in 1 hour, where we then walk our way through each step. This is the first skill, the first support. If you're level 10, pick this one up. So for the people that try to play a Sorc, you're going to have a fully fleshed out build tomorrow that should be going amazing. Until then, have a great, fantastic, good time, night, evening, day, and everything. Can't wait to be back for you tomorrow to give you a very fleshed out version of this. I do believe we made some mistakes in the middle, and I will definitely have to go over the passive tree because I think we can do it better. I like these nodes, but I feel like they're not often online enough to be worth it to use. Because if you think about it, this is 30% more elemental damage and 90% in total if we get it rolling. But if I just take like these elemental or more elemental damage nodes somewhere for just straight up damage, like for example, if you would take this, and that, and then more elemental damage and whatsoever, it might just be better. So I can't really say how I feel about this. Therefore, thank you for coming, watching, lurking, chatting, hanging out, banging out, being good, having a good time. I'll be back tomorrow for more. Hope you enjoyed your daytime. Hope this was great for you. Until then, take care. Watch the YouTube videos. There's amazing ones out with good tips. See you.